Good afternoon. I will now call this meeting of the Subcommittee on Public Lands to order. Let's start with the Secretary, please calling the roll.
Senator Gokachia.
Here.
Assemblywoman Anderson. Assemblyman DeLong.
Present.
Commissioner Jones.
Present.
Ms. Weaselboy.
Present.
Chair Scheibel.
Here. Thank you so much and welcome everybody. You are a timely bunch and we are really happy to have you all here. I think I speak for the whole committee when I also say that we are really happy to be here. Thank you so much to our friends in Eureka County for hosting us at the beautiful Eureka Opera House. I admit this is my first time in the Opera House and I am a little bit awestruck. So if you see me looking out into the beyond, it's only because I'm admiring the architecture. And I do want to thank all of you for making the trip out here. There is a specific and a special reason that we chose to have our meeting out here at the Eureka Opera House, and that is because our dear friend and colleague, Senator Goycochea, hails from Eureka, and as we all made the journey here from Las Vegas or Carson City or Reno for this one meeting, if you didn't think of it on the way here, I hope you'll think about it on the way back, that Senator Goycochea has been serving in the Nevada Legislature for 20 years. And for 20 years, over countless hours, days, miles through thick and thin, thunder and rain, snow and crickets, he has made this journey from Eureka to Carson and to Las Vegas countless numbers of times so that he could be the great steward that he is for his community in Eureka and in the state of Nevada. And so I think that, for us to make this journey just one time in order to meet more of Nevadans where they are quite literally and to see more parts of the state and to bring meetings closer to people's homes is a very small effort on our part, and it pales in comparison to the sacrifice that many of our rural legislators and public servants in all parts of rural Nevada and all parts of Nevada make to really be servants to their communities. And so I just want to thank Senator Goycochea for allowing us in Eureka County, first of all, and for all of the countless numbers of times that he has made that drive, that journey, that trip. So thank you, Senator.
Thank you, and welcome to Eureka. We're glad to have the committee here. I know we've had at least 2 public lands meetings here in Eureka County, but unfortunately that's been over the last 40 years, so I'm kind of dating it. But again, welcome here, and I really appreciate you coming out here where we live, and I'm sure you'll hear some issues today that maybe would have been glossed over or missed in Las Vegas or Carson, so appreciate it, and thank the committee and staff. It's a long drive, I know, but what else you got to do?
He says, I know, like he hasn't done it 500 times. It is a long drive, and, hats off to you. And in addition to being in Senator Goycochea's hometown, we are also welcoming a new member of our committee today. Marissa Weaselboy is with us. She has recently been appointed. She is the tribal committee representative for the Subcommittee on Public Lands. It's incredibly important to us to have tribal voices on this committee. And she was recently selected by the Tribal Commission to represent their interests here on our committee. She was selected by the commission, then appointed by our chair of natural resources, and so she was very gracious to accept her appointment and join us today for this meeting. She has a wealth of experience that she brings to the table. We're very excited to have her, so grateful to you also for making the trip. I understand Ms. Weaselboy actually just traveled back from Illinois last night, and she also made a long drive in the dark hours of the night, and I'll let her introduce herself if you would like to tell the other members of the committee and all of our guests here a little bit about your interest in serving on the Public Lands Commission, the Subcommittee on Public Lands, and your background.
Thank you for the introduction, and thank you for having the meeting here. I think it's really important for Nevadans to see the whole of Nevada, and I say that coming from Yamba, a lot of people don't know where we are, a lot of people forget us, and sometimes we're even left off the map. But I'm actually an enrolled member of the Yamba Shoshone tribe. in Reese River Valley. So it's a really, really small tribe, really isolated, beautiful area, and that's where my people come from. But yeah, I have my bachelor's and master's in anthropology from UNR, and I'm currently getting my PhD in geography from the University of Victoria. A big part of the work that I do is being close to home, and Nevada is my home, and I love it. And just being in Illinois, I'm so thankful to be back and not deal with like 90% humidity. Yeah. But my main interest in serving on the public lands is a lot of my research is around public lands, of course. And I did serve as a former rangeland specialist for the Pyramid Lake Paiute tribe for close to 4 years. I helped start that program and do a rangeland inventory assessment so I understand how important rangelands are overall. And yeah, I do a lot of, my research focuses a lot on land-based knowledges, so the land overall is just really critically important to who I am as a Nevadan and of course as a native. I don't know if I can use those together, but as a tribally enrolled Nevadan. But yeah, I'm thankful to be here, and I'm hoping to learn and help as much as possible with my varied educational background.
And we are so happy to have you. Thank you so much. And with that, that will lead us into the beginning of our agenda. We do start every meeting with public comment. There are 2 opportunities for public comment, one at the beginning of the meeting and one at the end of the meeting. We ask that members of the public limit their public comment to only 2 minutes, just so that we have enough time to get through all of the business that we have to attend to today. And we have multiple options for making those public comments. Of course, if there's anybody here in person who would like to make public comment, you're welcome to come forward to these chairs at the front at your leisure. If you are not in person and would like to make public comment, we have a phone line available. I'm going to read out the phone number out loud for anybody who might be tuning in through, I believe they're tuning in through Zoom in order to hear our meeting. The meeting is being audio broadcast, I think, but not video broadcast. Okay. Just so that the presenters are aware that there are people who are listening into our meeting. They won't be able to see your presentations, but they can hear what you're saying, and whatever's not copywritten is available to them on the internet like it is for us. So without further ado, that phone number is 888-475-4499. The meeting ID is 850-2254-4542. And then you have to press the pound key. People can also submit written public comments, which you can mail to us or email to us. Same if your public comment exceeds 2 minutes, you can submit the remainder of it in writing. I encourage all of my members to read all of the public comments. I can tell you that I do. I read every single public comment that is added to our record when it is added. And it looks like we don't have anybody in person. Oh, we do have somebody in person. Please. Go ahead. And just as a reminder, when you make public comment, please state your name for the record and a spelling so that our secretary can take it down for the minutes, and then I'll let you know when 2 minutes have passed.
Thank you. For the record, Clifford Benuelos, Tribal State Environmental Liaison with the Intertribal Council of Nevada, working with the Nevada Division of Environmental Protection, and member of the Tamok Tribe of Western Shoshone. The Nevada tribes met this past Tuesday with U.S. Forest Service and the Nevada Bureau of Land Management to discuss commercial pine nut permitting in Nevada and the Humboldt-Torrey Bee Forest, and there was high participation from both agencies and the Nevada tribal nations. After the meeting, tribal members in Elko County conveyed to me that fire fuels reduction implementation activities had occurred before that meeting on a mountain range rich in yielding pinyon pine trees, not in coordination with the tribes the agencies were supposed to be working with as part of their priority landscape project. This communication coordination issue can be remedied by the agency's hiring of qualified full-time tribal liaisons stationed at each area office. These liaisons should be working on shared stewardship agreements with the tribes and other agreements, for, as we all know, both agencies have staffing challenges to manage the vast public lands in Nevada. ITCN urges both agencies to make the staffing of these full-time tribal liaisons a priority in order to avoid future conflict issues between the tribes and the land agencies that could delay land projects or cause litigation issues that could have been easily avoided by staffing qualified and effective tribal liaisons. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. I don't see anybody else coming forward here. Oh, I do see someone else coming forward here. And while you make your way up here, I forgot to mention two things now that I read my script that my staff so kindly prepared for me. We do have quorum, everybody. I know you're very worried about that. And also, please understand that we do keep notes on our laptops. We have a lot of the meeting materials on our laptops. Don't take it as a sign of disrespect if you see us typing or even looking at our phones. We are doing the state's business, trying to coordinate, keeping all this information together. So with that, please, sir, go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Grayson Uwaldi. I'm here representing my own ranch plus the N4 State Grazing Board, and we kind of administer or help the BLM out or permit holders when we can on the grazing board. Anyway, there are several hot button items these days in my mind that come to fruition here. We've got 2 solar panels on a grazing allotment of ours, and it's in what they call white's age or winter fat, technically, I guess. There's approximately 24,000 plus acres there. And both solar panel or solar projects, Pantheon and Samantha, are going to take up about 2,700 acres each. Now this 24,000 acres of winter fat is completely in the biggest monoculture of that plant species in the United States. So anyway, it's of grave concern to us that we've showed them both, made contact with both of them and showed them where that it would work and leave that out of it. But we don't know where they're gonna end up, or Pantheon seems to feel like mitigation can help everything, and winter flat can't be replanted or anything that we know of yet. I know Wyoming's gotten pretty close, but yes, that's a very critical concern. But these renewable energy projects are just keeping us running from here to there now with how things are going in the country. So that's kind of, I guess the biggest burden is trying to get everything done, your own work and everything else, and and be on top of all these things. But it's really going to make my heart sad if that winter fat monoculture gets eaten up by one of these 2 projects. And I thank you folks very much for coming, and the Honorable Senator over there has been a great spokesman for our industry, and very thankful we've had him as long as we've got to have him. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And anybody who would like to exceed the 2-minute limit to give compliments to Pete G is welcome to do so. And with that, I don't see anybody else coming up to the chairs inside here, so we will go to the public line. I understand we have a few callers on the phone. BPS, will you please introduce the first caller?
If you'd like to participate in public comment, please press *9 on your phone to take your place in the queue. Caller, you are unmuted and you may begin.
Hi, can you guys hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Thanks. Hi, my name is Nicole Hayes, and I'm the conservation scientist for American Wild Horse Conservation, or AWHC. AWHC is the nation's leading wild horse conservation organization and operates humane wild horse management and habitat conservation programs in Nevada. I'm commenting today on the ask by Eureka and Lander counties to request increased federal funding for increased wild horse roundup. As a reminder, federal funding is taxpayer dollars. The BLM's plan, the path forward, requires mass gatherings of horses from public lands where tens of thousands of animals would need to be placed in long-term holding. The BLM estimates that it costs $48,000 to keep a horse in long-term holding over its lifetime, and at this moment, there are already 60,000 horses in long-term holding. Supporting mass gatherers of tens of thousands of animals is fiscally irresponsible and could create a financial disaster for the agency in the event of a recession. Additionally, utilizing roundups as the only form of management could be halted due to lack of funding, further perpetuating the continuous cycle of ineffective management. Instead, requesting that the BLM implement robust fertility control now not only prevents population growth, but ensures infrastructure to manage these herds long term. Last year, the BLM delivered 720 fertility control treatments. On the Virginia Range, a team of volunteers delivered 1,178 treatments on one herd in the same time frame. Fertility control treatment is 96.8% less expensive than removing that same animal and caring for it in long-term holding. 5 years of fertility control treatment is estimated to cost around $1,300 per horse, compared to almost $50,000 to keep it in long-term holding. Taxpayers could potentially be spared hundreds of millions of dollars over the next 5 years if the agency focused on fertility control over removal of wild horses. We ask that you recommend the BLM to implement robust, meaningful fertility control and ensure the infrastructure to manage these herds long-term. Thank you for your time.
If you've recently joined the call and would like to participate in public comment, please press *9 on your phone to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no more callers wishing to participate in public comment at this time.
All right, then that brings us to the end of our public comment for the first part of the meeting. We will close agenda item number 2 and move on to agenda item number 3. This is approval of the minutes from the March 22nd meeting. And you have a copy of those in your packet, members. Do I have a motion to approve?
So, second.
Okay, I'm going to take the motion from Vice Chair Anderson. I'm going to take the second from Assemblymember DeLong. And is there any discussion on the motion? I don't see any discussion, so we'll go to a vote. All in favor, yay?
Yay.
Aye, sorry. All in favor, aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed. The motion passes unanimously. We have approved the minutes from the March 22nd meeting. And that moves us on to agenda item number 4. And we're going to start with some county presentations on issues related to public lands and natural resources. We will start with our representative from NAC. Okay, they're all going to come up here and they're going to tell me who's presenting what and when. This is my favorite way to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Scheibel and members of the Interim Subcommittee on Public Lands. My name is Jacob Brinkerhoff, last name Brinkerhoff. I serve as the Natural Resource Manager for the Nevada Association of Counties, or NACO. And as you're probably aware, our association membership includes all 17 of Nevada's counties. You'll hear from 2 of them today. We appreciate the invitation and the opportunity to provide the committee with some important county government and local community perspectives on public lands and the issues across the state. A little personal background for those of you that don't know me. I've served as the Natural Resource Manager for NACO for a little over 2 years now. I have degrees in environmental science and public policy and a lifelong love for the outdoors. I arrived in Nevada around the same time I took this position, and in that time have developed a deep appreciation for the diverse makeup of our counties and our vast public lands. As you know, Nevada is often on the forefront of national public lands issues. Our designation as the Silver State reminds us of the natural resource economy that Nevada was founded upon and that has supported the national economy and security. As we enter a new era of resource needs and an energy transition, Nevada is once again poised to be a leader in natural resources and public lands-based economy. As a result of this, our state has no shortage of ecological, rangeland, and public land issues that our counties and our local communities must work to resolve. I'm grateful to have had access to very knowledgeable and experienced Nevada natural resource professionals from across the NACO membership, individuals like Jake Tibbetts from Eureka, Pam Harrington from Lander, and Megan Labadie from Nye, who will all be presenting to the public, to the committee with with important specific local insights and perspectives to public land issues today and later in August in the case of Megan. Megan sends her regrets. She wasn't able to make it to today's committee hearing, but does thank you all for letting her present to you in August. Rural county government staff across Nevada are under increasing pressure to keep up with rampant increases in both new project proposals on public lands and unprecedented top-down rulemaking out of the federal land management agencies. Examples of this administrative and project impact analysis burden currently facing local governments include nearly 100 pending utility-scale solar applications across the state, half a dozen geothermal projects, plus additional geothermal exploratory applications, various transmission line build-outs, including Greenlink West, Western Bounty, Greenlink North, and a host of smaller Gentile lines. All of this project analysis is in addition to the need to monitor, comment, and engage as cooperating agencies with the federal agencies on the recently finalized public lands rule, the renewable energy rule, the utility scale solar programmatic environmental impact statement, the Greater Sage Grouse Land Use Plan Amendment, and numerous other federal rulemaking efforts. I highlight all of this to draw the committee's attention to significant burden and challenges that rural counties face, being constrained by budgets and staffing, and yet still having to deliver the day-to-day services that our shared constituency expects. Counties must fulfill their charge of protecting public health, providing emergency response, ensuring public safety, and maintaining economic vitality. All of this must be accomplished with a large majority of public lands. As you know, over 80% of Nevada is federally owned, and some counties have over 95% of their land that is managed by the federal government. And as the committee is of course aware, neither the state nor the county receives tax revenues to fund these services from those public lands. Washington, D.C. led top-down approaches to rulemaking and land use planning greatly exacerbate these type of challenges for rural local governments that are surrounded by and rely upon public lands. With these challenges in mind, we very much welcome this committee's interest in our public lands and in hearing from our members, and appreciate any constructive efforts that can be made by the state legislature to support local governments, rural economies, more localized approaches to land use planning, and a coordinated statewide rejection of federal mandates and overreach. NACO's members believe that federal land decisions should be made as close to the resource as possible. The further removed these decisions are, we believe, the more political they become, and they rarely end up reflecting the interests of the communities in the state that the lands are located within and that are most affected by them. The National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA, and the Federal Land Management Act, FLPMA, both enshrined in law the importance of meaningful local coordination, integrating input from affected communities, and a respect for on-the-ground perspectives in land use planning. These critical underpinnings of environmental and land use management law are being subverted in Nevada by creeping federal overreach and trends towards large-scale centralized planning. The examples of centralized planning that I mentioned and that we've seen recently do not rely on a balanced analysis of the best available science. And the reality is that the people living near our public lands and on adjacent working lands have invaluable generational experience and knowledge regarding wise and sustainable land management. Further, the ecological sciences teach us that humans are a part and parcel of nature. We align with and make the best decisions regarding natural resources when we're intimately involved with them on a daily basis. My colleagues from Eureka, Lander, and I will provide the committee with better and more detailed on-the-ground examples of federal land management impacts to their respective communities and local government operations. So I'll conclude by saying that NACO is very supportive of recommendations contained in the white paper forwarded by Eureka County that will be left to committee staff today. And with that, I'm happy to take questions or turn it over to Mr. Tibbetts, as pleases the chair.
Do members have questions right now? I'll let you follow up with questions with everybody after all of the presentations, so go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the committee, my name's Jake Tibbetts. I'm the Natural Resource Manager for Eureka County, and we welcome you to Eureka. To my right is County Commission Vice Chair Marty Plaskett, and he had to sharpen his elbows, really pretty fine point this morning to keep me on track. So if you see him jabbing me in the ribs, that's why he's here. And back behind me is Rich McKay. He's the chairman of the Eureka County Commission. So we do welcome you here to the home of what I call the Goycochea dynasty. And while it was mentioned that our good senator has served in the legislature for 20 years, he served as a county commissioner for 16 years. and he was the chairman for most of those 16 years. And a lot of the good things that have been put on track in Eureka County started again with that Goakachia dynasty. So we're very grateful for everything that Pete has done for Eureka. I will assert that many of the best parts and many of the best people of Nevada come from this part of Nevada. So might be a bit biased. I'm an import to the area. I wasn't born and raised here, but I feel that Eureka is home and very proud to be a member of this community. I'm grateful for, you've allowed me to present to this committee 2 meetings in a row, so I'm grateful for that opportunity. Hopefully I don't wear out my welcome in doing that, so thanks for that. I did provide you, as Jacob mentioned, a document. It's 19 pages long. So if the committee just wants to settle in, I'm going to read it word for word and make sure we get it all on the record. But Marty's already helping me. No, it's meant to be more as a leave behind. I'm not going to belabor a lot of the points in there, but there's a lot of, there's a lot of issues that we deal with in Nevada and rural Nevada and some of these small counties. And so sometimes it's hard to boil that down to anything less than 19 pages. So, wanted to get that information, make it part of the record, but it is not my presentation, so you can breathe easy knowing I'm not going to read that word for word. On the first page of that document is this PDF map that I'm showing on the screen. And I just wanted to give you a highlight of kind of the land ownership patterns. We're very typical for many counties, and as Jacob mentioned, for the state as a whole. The federal land ownership is just over 80% in Eureka County. I guess we're blessed to be able to have some more private lands for economic activity, but a lot of that is because of the railroad corridor at the north end of the county, where you see all the pink checkerboard, where 20 miles each side of the railroad, where every other section of ground was granted to the railroad that then became private land. So that's why you see that checkerboard thing. So we have that to the north part of the county. And then you see the big kind of glob of pink towards the south central part. That is Diamond Valley. That's where you're sitting here today, the town of Eureka. So we have kind of those 2 separate centers. Many of the same issues that you hear from other counties exist here as well. We are an agriculture and mining community. That's what we've always been reliant on. That's what built this community, and that's what continues to prop it up. We're no stranger to the boom and bust that happens with mining. We've been very grateful for the last many years now that things have been pretty stable with the mining industry. But not too long ago, the county, it was when the other Goakachia was our county commission chairman, and there was a downturn in gold prices. We did not receive any net proceeds of mineral taxes for a couple of years during that time. And the county had to make some hard decisions about, hiring freezes, really tightening the belt. And that's in very recent times. So we're no stranger to that. When there is those downturns in mining, we are almost solely reliant on our ag base. And pretty much all of our industry here is either done on public lands or in close connection with public lands. Public land grazing and ranching, and a lot of our farming activity as well. Even though it's on private land, there are connections to BLM land. So quickly, I do just want to point out a few things. Again, all of this stuff I mentioned today is in the packet as specific requests. But one of the things that we think the committee could help with is if you look at the packet on page 4, rolling over to page 5, and it's actually our recommendation number 2. But this is a big one I think could be helpful. And this is where we're asking the committee or the legislature to stand up public policy outlining the expected coordination by federal land management agencies with the state and its local governments, and requesting consistency to the maximum extent possible with state and local governments' plans, policies, proposals, and controls. Those things are underpinned by federal law. The Federal Land Policy Management Act mandates that. The BLM planning regulation mandate that. Forest Service has various shades of that in their land use planning regulations as well. But what we find is there's often a disconnect in actually getting that done. We think it'd be helpful for the state to put formal policy on the books. It doesn't mandate any specific outcome from that. It just would mandate and memorialize a process for good, cooperative, and coordinated working relationships with our federal partners. And I do want to say, you're going to hear presentations from all of the federal agencies, land management agencies that Eureka County works with. We have the Battle Mountain BLM and the Austin Tonopah Ranger District and the Ely Forest District Ranger are here as well. We believe we have a very good working relationship with these agencies. I can tell you when I first came on board here, it was 16 years ago, Senator Goicoechea, and when you talked about the other Public Lands Committee meeting being here, and it was like the second week I was on the job here, so it was almost to the date 16 years ago that this committee met here in this Opera House. But we would come to the committee over many interims talking about all the conflict we were embroiled in and asking for the committee to help and get involved in some of this conflict. So I think we found ways to work through conflict to get to where it's more, I call a healthy tension. So there's often tension in these decisions. There's still disagreements, but we've moved on from conflict. And finding formal ways to work things out where you still may not agree in the long run, but you can continue to have a good working relationship. And we value that relationship we have built with our federal partners. And we think the state could help bolster that a bit through some state public policy. Number 3, our third recommendation on page 6, Jacob talked about it a little bit, but part of the thing that we're seeing a lot conflict actually crop up on is nothing to do with our local offices. It's more of these land use planning efforts that are being dictated from DC, essentially. And it's, we have the West-Wide Solar Programmatic EIS, the Greater Sage Grouse EIS. There's been, the Forest Service now has this National Old Growth Amendment where they're amending all the resource management plans west-wide or across the nation. And what we're finding is it's very hard to for local communities and the state to have a voice in those nationally led processes. We are drowned out with many of those national directives. And so we do ask the committee to help many of the western states that are pulling together and many counties in the west for efforts to try to bring that land use planning at the federal level back as local as possible. And I think that'll really help us get through some of these conflicts that we're seeing. So related to that is the Greater Sage-Grouse Conservation effort. This is number 4 on page 6 of the packet. Many years ago, across multiple Department of Interior secretaries, as well as multiple governors and multiple administrations in this state, the states west-wide were asked to step up to the plate, develop state plans to manage sage grouse to avoid a listing of the sage grouse under the Endangered Species Act. The state of Nevada stepped to the plate, established a Sagebrush Ecosystem Council, put in place all the varied interests at the table, had a lot of hard conversations, and came up, in my opinion, with a plan that's very balanced and actually manages the bird in a way that conserves the bird but also continues to allow community stability and economic outputs from the state. In my opinion, Eureka County's opinion, that the state plan has never been allowed to work, never been allowed to prove itself. And that's what we've always advocated. We've gone through that effort, spent a lot of money and manpower and time to do it. The state plan for sage grouse needs to be implemented. And that way we can test it to see, are there adjustments that need to be made. Often there's what's called the conservation credit system that stood up with that. And that it was a novel kind of first cutting edge plan to offset impacts in sage grouse habitat. And it's built in a way to actually create an uplift. So for projects to go forward, they have to, through the conservation credit system, provide an uplift to sage grouse that's more than the impact that they're creating. So the conservation credit system is not the state plan. It's a component of the state plan, but the state plan is much more than just the conservation credit system. And we feel the state should step and help push to allow the state plan to be fully implemented with, again, with our federal partners, so we can prove whether or not it works. And if there's any adjustments that can be made, we know what those adjustments are. Another point just want to touch on is, this is on page 5 of our document, and we discussed quite a bit about our perspective of conservation and the different shades of conservation, what that means, the definition behind it, and we highlight a difference from what we believe of the definition of conservation and protectionism. And we subscribe to the definition of conservation as working lands that are used sustainably so that you can continue to provide both the needs of people now and the environment now and the economy now, but continue to have that sustainably in the future. It's not setting aside lands in spite of use, so we draw that distinction. And there's quite a few efforts. We're seeing more in these set-aside protection type areas, and it does tie our hands on active management and adaptive management in many ways. When I was taking some natural resource management courses coming up through my education, remember distinctly having a presentation about the different styles of management. And it's something that I just really took to heart at the time, that the easiest management, the easiest land management, the easiest natural resource management that you can impose is prohibition and restriction. It's the easiest because it doesn't take many people to manage it. It's a lot easier to say no, but it takes away a lot of opportunity for collaboration, working out solutions, and it can have a great influence on people that are making a living on those lands. So just ask you to look at those kind of suggestions that we're requesting there. Madam Chair, you need to cut me off if I only have a little bit left here, but I just want to hit a couple more points that we think are really important, that we're continuing to see the can kick down the road a bit on, that we believe there are true solutions to. And one of them is the clouded title of roads across public lands. So access to public lands is very important. And there are existing roads, I'm not talking new roads or new anything out there, existing access to our public lands, that there's somewhat of there's a conflict about who controls that access. The state has statutes in place about what defines a county road, a public road, and what that all means. And in the 2015 legislative session, the legislature passed SB 456 that provided some additional clarity there. And it actually mandated the Attorney General's office to work with NACO and the State Land Use Planning Advisory Council to develop a consistent protocol across the state for every single county to go out and document county roads and public roads, and then document a process to get those formalized and the title finalized on those. And it's a heavy lift because of lack of capacity. It costs money, and it's just something that we've never been able to move forward with. Fortunately, there's some streamlining that could happen in that process, and there's a couple efforts in front of Congress right now. And one of them is called the Historic Routes Preservation Act. And it outlines, it would actually amend the Federal Quiet Title Act, create some better clarity on how any state or county can move forward with getting those claims, those roads out on public lands, the title finalized on that, to determine once and for all which roads are county roads or state roads and which are not. That effort has to be done because a lot of the conflict we're continuing to see come up is about access to mining operations, to grazing, to all these different things, these transportation planning efforts. And that is it's a conflict avoidance issue, I think, if we could get that done. So we would ask the committee to help us in that regard. And one of that would be sending a letter to our congressional delegation asking their support to push the Historical Routes Preservation Act forward. The last two things, I'll kind of cover them in tandem here. They both tend to bubble up as high conflict issues sometimes. You've already heard some public comment on wild horses. You'll hear some more, I believe, from Lander County about wild horses. We do have a section in our document about what we believe is a good solution to help address that issue. And that is endorsement of the Path Forward proposal. I know you've received public comment about that, asking you not to approve that recommendation, but I'd ask you to look into that proposal a bit more. The Path Forward is what I would call a very strange bedfellows coalition. It has wild horse advocacy groups, it has sportsmen's groups, wildlife groups, livestock industry, counties. Many others have all said, let's all agree on some assumptions we can move forward with, and let's come up with a plan that we believe we could all stand behind to address the wild horse overpopulation issues once and for all. That Path Forward plan has actually been modeled to see how it could be successful. It does not impose any lethal management of wild horses. It does not impose any sales authority of wild horses. It provides a path forward. It does increase gathers, but it also creates a sustainable path where investments up front can then pay dividends in the end for helping solve the impacts that these excess horses are having on our public lands. And then the last point with that is grazing. We have quite a bit in the packet about grazing. That tends to be a topic we do see some conflict come up on over and over. That was something we continued to be involved with the local BLM offices in a lot of conflict over the years, and I am thankful that I'm able to stand here and say that we've built a good relationship with the BLM to be able to work through some of those issues. They're not always intractable type problems, and if those things are data driven, you rely on the rangeland science and you try to find workable solutions. There really are workable solutions. So we have a host of things that we'd request the subcommittee take action on related to grazing. With that, I know I have spent quite a bit of time, Madam Chair, so I'm happy to stand for any questions or go into any more detail if anybody would like.
Fantastic, thank you. Did you want to add something? Okay. In that case, it sounds like we're ready to move on to our first round of questions. I'll start over here. All right, Vice Chair Anderson.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the, I'm a note taker, so I really appreciate the very lengthy one pager. So the first thing that I kind of had a question about actually came from the recommendation number 2. And I don't know if this is something that you might need to address, or if I know that our department agency director, Settlemeyer, is also in the room. So when you mention under number 2, understanding how proper government to government coordination is that word proper that I feel like is where legislation is coming from. How would you define that? And then also, to expand that a little bit, when you take a look at the state establishing state policies, outlining expected coordination by federal land, what is the staffing responsibilities that you're looking at with that? Because I know that has been a huge issue with many of our agencies, is the staffing numbers.
Thanks for the question, Madam Vice Chair. So your first question on coordination. So coordination is
Your name for the record, please.
Oh, sorry. By the time I'm done with the presentation, I'll remember that. So Jake Tibbetts for the record. So the question on the coordination and proper coordination, and what does that mean? So coordination is subjective, right? What does that mean? We have spelled out what we believe coordination is, actually provided a dictionary definition of that. If you look at the antonym of coordination, it's subordination. So coordination is on the same level working together to solve problems, where you don't have somebody above subordination type thing. So that's what we believe it's about, recognizing there may still be disagreements, but actually putting in the hard work to try to work out solutions. So that's where the public policy, getting that on the record, is the state, the federal government doesn't have to follow the state law related to this, but it would provide good public policy of what our state legislature feels is proper coordination. So we outline in that suggestion of what we believe it is, and it's under the sub 2 there in the blue italics, and there's the A, B, C, and D, E, F, G, H. Those are what I'd say are the definition of what we believe is proper coordination. If all of those things are followed, that's what we think it is about it. It doesn't drive a specific outcome. It just drives the process to try to get to some coordinated solution.
Thank you, and because I really appreciated that healthy tension comment as well during that whole thing. So thank you for clarifying the information that's in blue in our packet. But then when it comes to the staffing responsibilities,
So
we have a hard time getting staff. So if you could go into that a little bit, Mr. Tibbetts.
Yeah, Madam Vice Chair, thank you for the question. Jake Tibbetts for the record. We have some help. So, the solution is always more people is good to work on issues, but we do have the State Land Use Planning Advisory Council is in place. That's a governor-appointed council. There's one representative from every county. I think it's the only governor-appointed council in the state that has somebody from every county on there. And they talk about land use issues. There's various powers and authorities to provide comments and resolutions and whatever else. That is staffed through the state lands. But the issue there is we lost a very good staff member from there, and they're trying to find somebody to fill that role. But we do have some help there. And then a lot of counties, we're very good about sharing as well. And we have some great folks in our state agencies. I think we have the core, I guess what is it? We have a good bench or a good team, starting five, but maybe no bench kind of thing, But we do have folks between the counties, folks like Jacob and Pam Harrington and, our various agency folks. I think we can all move the needle on some of this stuff in a coordinated way. So it may not take a lot of new funding. It just takes us all willing to put in some of the time to do it.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate you bringing in the Governor's Committee, especially on that, because that actually brings up my next question that had to do with the recommendation number 6, which is the providing funding support to the AG's office to assist counties in the state to formally and finally validate, etc., the right-of-way. Has this committee been part of that discussion, or have they brought in representatives of the AG's office to work on this, or is this something that would be necessary only through legislative action?
Madam Vice Chair, Jake Tibbetts for the record. This is a recurring request. So if you look back at every interim, we have this. So it made my 19-page document easier because some of it was just cut and paste. But we've had a lot of conversations, and in the 2015 session when SB 456 was forward, there was a lot of conversation there. There was a fiscal note placed on it by the Attorney General's office at the time because of cost money. And the bill was, I won't say watered down, but it was adjusted that it's a mandate with no time frame. So it does say the state attorneys general shall, but it never mandates when. There's no drop dead date to do it. And that's how we were able to overcome, you understand the fiscal note challenges. So just to be frank, that's what we did. Is it's still a mandate, but there's no teeth behind it as far as a deadline. So until we have the funding to have that done, and so we continue to have this request. We understand there's a lot of priorities, and it's something that we believe is important for federal land management to have this clarified once and for all. To allow us to all move on to better things rather than fight over who has the access kind of thing. But that's our request, but I couldn't tell you where the magic coffee can full of money is to pay for it.
Thank you so much, and thank you. I did not know that this was an ongoing request, so thank you very much for that very thorough answer. Thank you, Chair.
I have a brief follow-up on the you had mentioned the State Land Use Planning Agency and their staff. Is that also an agency that some Goykachias may have served on at some point?
That's, Jake Tibbetts, for the record, that is part of the Goykachiya dynasty.
Okay, just clarifying. Other questions? Assemblymember DeLong.
Thank you, Chair. I have a couple of questions. I think I'll start with following up on Assemblywoman Anderson's discussion about the RS 2477 issue. I think you pretty much did clarify that it really is a funding issue as it relates to the state side of things. Are you seeing a need or proposing any policy changes at this point, or is it really just we need to get it funded?
So Jake Tibbetts, for the record, Assemblyman, thanks for the question. I think our priority would actually be to have Congress help us fix this issue. So that would be an easy lift by the committee, is if the committee felt it was worthwhile to send a letter to the delegation supporting that. It doesn't just mean that if you read that Historic Routes Preservation Act, there's been a couple versions over the last couple Congresses. That doesn't mean that counties just say, that's our road, and then we get it. There's still, you have to prove, there's all the points that it had to exist prior to it was when FLIPMA was passed in 1976, RS 2477, which is revised statute 2477, it was a federal statute based on the 1860 general mining law. That was repealed by FLIPMA in 1866. The mining guy knows this stuff. So it was repealed by FLIPMA in 1976, but any valid existing right that existed on that date was protected. The problem is a lot of these rights, they're claimed, but they've never gone through a federal adjudicatory process. There's been a lot of litigation around it, and it has been determined that the only way to bring final title to this is through the Federal Quiet Title Act. And it's cumbersome. And so that's where the Historic Routes Preservation Act doesn't mean that counties can they still have to have all the documentation that the road was built for public use prior to 1976, but it streamlines the process there moving forward. So that would be an easy lift. But the second part is as I mentioned, the counties still have to have their ducks in a row to then follow the procedure that would be outlined by Congress. And that's where there's some help. And that's where the Attorney General's office was mandated to help counties develop a protocol for them to go out and collect what data was necessary, and then how they could all package it up in a folder so it was available at the time. So there is kind of a two-pronged thing there.
I appreciate that clarification. I think just to summarize it in fewer words is you are looking for funding to help the counties get the documentation in order at the state level, but we really need to get the feds to act, and a letter from the legislature was the vehicle you see it as appropriate to try and push that.
I think,
which I appreciate all that. I think the next thing I'd like to touch on is the state plan for sage grouse. You say that it's not being implemented. Are you saying that from the state's perspective, or the fact that the feds are not implementing the plan and choosing their own way?
So Jake Tibbetts, for the record, and thanks for the tough question. The state's doing all the state can to implement the plan, but we're in a public land state with 85% of the land managed by the federal agencies.
Yeah.
And most of in quantity, most of the sage-grouse habitat exists on federal land. So the state can't impose the state plan on federal land without the feds allowing it. The state is using the conservation credit system for projects on federal lands, but the state plan is more than just the conservation credit system. Mm-hmm. And that's the point, is that there's multiple land use planning efforts BLM has made over the years. And there's various times where we've got close to alignment on a few things, but the state would like, from my perspective, the whole point of the state plan was to implement it in total, to prove it could work. And until we can get to that point, so it would be a federal thing.
Yeah, so appreciate that, and I just wanted to make sure we got that on the record, that the real issue is the feds actually embracing the state plan and implementing it, which I think gets to one of the points you made, which was we're seeing federal land use planning happening at the federal level without state input, i.e. the district offices or the ranger districts aren't doing the planning. It's happening in Washington. And when that happens, you lose the ability to get input from the state and the local. So thank you, Chair. That's all I have.
Senator Goicoechea.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and more of a comment than a question, but I think this conversation with the RS 2477 roads is huge in the state of Nevada. You have to, I'm going back in history again, pre-dynasty. In 1971, Eureka County filed a map, pre-Flipma, that incorporated every road in this county, every known track. And yet, case in point, as we came forward, there were landowners that did in fact come forward and sue and prevailed on some of those 2477 roads. So again, we talk about, you filed the map, everything was, we thought we had it covered in 1971, and yet ultimately we lost in court. So again, there's got to be a mechanism. I think Mr. Tippett is talking about, what kind of act. It probably clearly needs to be a congressional act, but at some point we need to clarify that a 2477 claimed by a local jurisdiction, whether it be county or state, is in fact a valid right-of-way. And it needs to be in the law. And there's several pieces as we get on in this agenda. Again, you touched on the path forward with the horses, and it's going to take some congressional action. But again, that doesn't happen without legislative support. But it is a huge issue, 2477s in rural Nevada. We've got to get it cleaned up. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Tippett and crew.
I think we have a few more questions. So I'm going to go back to Vice Chair Anderson next, and then I'll go to you.
Thank you. And so the dynasty maker over here made me think of another question, especially when it came to the RS 2477. Do those lands or do those maps also include roads on the tribal land that might, yes, be federal, but is considered to be tribal sovereign nations? Do those also, are those also part of those maps? And then also with all these discussions, have the tribal nations members or leadership been part of any of these discussions as well?
So, Madam Vice Chair, Jake Tibbetts for the record, thanks for the question. So, the one thing I'll know, I don't know, we don't have like a reservation in Eureka County, but we work very closely with the Duckwater tribe. Many of the students from Duckwater attend schools here. A lot of good friends down there. We do a lot of work with the tribe, and Eureka is a hub for a lot of their banking and shopping, the Rains Market and other things. The road that goes from Eureka to Duckwater is an RS 2477 road. Okay, so it's never been validated or formalized. So a lot of the access roads that the tribes use to get around is, to their, whether it's their traditional cultural sites or they are roads across public lands that there's clouded title on those. As far as roads on any of the reservations itself, I just don't know enough to speak about that. All I can say is roads getting to and from any public lands that are important for anybody many of these are clouded title.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Of course, Assemblymember DeLong.
Thank you, Chair. And I really appreciate the thorough discussion you guys have brought to the table. It's been really helpful. Did have a question on your government coordination. I wanted to follow up on some of that. Whether it be local with feds or state and local with the feds. Are you thinking primarily from a planning perspective or an action and implementation perspective, or both?
Jake Tibbetts for the record, it would be all and above. So if you look at FLIPMA FLPMA, the Federal Land Policy Management Act, I'm speaking specifically on BLM, there are statements, and it's in here, you know, in my very wordy document, there are statements about, it's a direct quote from FLPMA, and it's that the land use planning and implementation, you know, I'm paraphrasing, that it all be done in coordination with state, local, and tribal governments. It said, so we're talking about all and above. We want a good working relationship, and it's not just when you're in a planning effort, it's when you're in an implementation, whether you're in a NEPA process, whatever it is. Having an opportunity to always be working together solves more issues than the conflict that it does if you're not part of that process.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Any other questions or follow-ups? All right. I think that brings us to our conclusion of this section of the agenda. Oh, okay. We're going to have Lander County come on up and give your presentation as part of this agenda item, and we will probably have some questions for you as well. So, thank you, Ms. Harrington.
Pam Harrington for the record. Thank you, Madam Chair. And before I launch into our shorter presentation, I have one request along the lines of the Goycochea dynasty. Thank you. I bring a gift to Senator Goycochea for all of his work that he's done in regards to the rural counties of Nevada. We're a sister county, Lander County, we're right next door. You can see our little logo up there. There's a map of our county. That long section, that's where we join Eureka. And our natural resources just don't recognize political boundaries. They go from both counties, from mines to pronghorn to sage grouse. We all share that land. So I bring you this gift. It's a rock.
Okay, just so it isn't a $2 rock, I'm fine.
Yeah, it's just a rock. But it signifies what a rock you've been to us and your steady hand at the legislature.
Well, thank you so much. In the 10 years I represented Lander in the Assembly, and Lander Humboldt going east and west were great as well. Justin Jones, Commissioner Jones left, so I said I enjoyed it more than representing Clark, but because he's out of here. So thank you.
That's about the best thing I've done so far, I think, working for Lander County. I'm new to Lander County. Some of you might recognize my face, Pam Harrington. I worked for Trout Unlimited, and I was on the Mining Oversight and Accountability Commission for a little while last term. We moved down from Idaho, my husband and I, and we built our home in Lander County with our own hands, and we found home. So I'm super happy to represent Lander. It's just the right thing to do. So thanks for having me, and I'll go through this quick presentation. I started with our shield, our logo, and it kind of says it all. You see the sun up top. We've got a lot of solar up here, and that's been kind of a new bounds for us. Agriculture, like Jake said, and mining. It kind of makes up our county. Let's see if I can do this. Here we go. So I had to put a few statistics out there. If you don't know much about Lander, well, it's the same as the rest of Nevada. 85% of our county is public lands. We have 5,500 square miles, and almost one person per square mile then, and half a mule deer. It's a pretty good statistic, really, to know. So I don't have much time here, so I had to pick out what I thought might be a couple of important topics to showcase. One is renewable energy, and the other one is horses, because we've got some issues in Lander, just like a lot of the other counties. So, yeah, starting with horses, these aren't such good statistics. We've got a lot of work to do. Oh, I think I skipped over something else I wanted to say. Those top issues, I was so glad to see a committee member here, Ms. Weaselboy, because I didn't point out tribal inclusion, but that's been really important to us, and really glad that this committee has made that right with this committee, so thank you for that. Okay, so our horses. Boys, you know, when I worked at Trout Unlimited, people told me, run away when somebody starts talking horses, and here I'm saddled with that now. And I'm happy to do it. It's important. You can see those statistics. We have way too many horses, and we don't have to beat that dead horse anymore. Sorry for that bad pun. But at the end of June, I went out and started doing some of the work that we have to do to assess how our rangeland looks with the BLM. Okay, I'm gonna just go forward a little bit here. So for us to get a gather in Lander County to start getting a handle on these horses, we have to have our paperwork in order. We're working on that with BLM. We just have to do it. So hopefully we'll get some gathers in 2025, but this is what we found. We went out there, Sean and I, there's no more feed in this area right here that I put the picture up. Key species of perennial grasses are gone, and nobody knows what to do about that. How can we fix a huge swath of rangeland where the perennial species of grasses are gone? And here's a up-close look. So Jake Tibbetts gave you kind of the macro approach. He showed you all kinds of issues. I'm going for the micro. We're gonna look down in the dirt here. So this is pedestooling. That's where that grass will never come back. Its roots are dead. And then there's root ball death is another really good term for you guys to know. This is a phase of irreparable damage. This is crossing the threshold. And we've got that going on in Lander, and I know there's other places too in Nevada, but I'm talking Lander for now. And this is another picture I took. This is a really cool unknown or unnamed spring. There's no cow tracks here. No cows are using this. This is all horses. You can see how degraded it is. I think even if you don't have a degree in environmental health, which is my degree, by the way, I meant to say that earlier. But anyway, this needs to be fixed. In our BLM office, it's called the Mount Lewis office, and Lander are gonna start working on this stuff once we get to appropriate management levels of horses. That's the good news that you're gonna hear, I think, in the next slide. And we flushed a sage grouse here. There was a sage grouse living in that nice wet meadow, even though it needs a lot of work. So this is my last slide on horses. And it's clear that BLM has an untenable task to keep these horses in check. You probably know every 4 years they double in population. The last gather we had was in 2011. And we're not the only ones that were in that situation. Some other counties have gotten a little bit more action, but we're working on it. And like I said, the BLM office and Sam back there, he's gonna be, I think, on a panel. He's awesome to work with. I'm working with Sam and his two, I call them horse ladies, that are working this. And we're gonna try and get a handle on this and do even better. And it's through collaboration. So hopefully I'll see you next year sometime with some good news that we're making some progress on this. Okay, so that was the one topic that I had to make sure I got through with you because it's really important for us. But here's the other one, renewable energy explosion. Like Jake Tibbetts mentioned, mining, boom and bust. Well, we're in the boom now for solar farms. We're seeing so many come across our planning committee that we have to figure out what to do, you guys. This is new. This is kind of new territory for us. Acres and acres and acres and acres of solar fields. And then the transmission lines. You build it, they'll come. That's the other side of it. So we got to find out if we can make a difference on where are these transmission lines going to be located. And it's kind of serious stuff. Wherever they build it, they're going to come, all of those solar panels. And if they're in conflict with our wildlife natural resources, I hope we can make a difference and, you know, have some say there on where these things are going. And then real briefly, the geothermal impacts for water sources. We do have streams that go dry after geothermal processes start. That's something else we're working on. And I don't want to whine, but we're stretched thin trying to deal with all this stuff. Okay, so Jake and I and Jacob, we didn't really start coordinating our presentations until after I submitted mine. And what I decided when I had submitted it was, if I was in your shoes, I'd want to know one more thing, and just for you. And it's funny how it just collates with what Jake had to tell you as well, and that's the mega plans. The mega plans that we're getting hit with are just crazy, and there's the two examples I give you, the sage-grouse and the solar energy plans. I'm going to show you what they cover, okay? We already talked about it being driven by DC, not local input. So here's the sage-grouse. Imagine this when you're reading this plan that's this big. It covers 10 states, 121 million acres of public land, 69 million acres of greater sage-grouse habitat, 77 separate RMP amendments. Doesn't this sound just amazing? Coordination with all those counties and tribes. Now, how can that be good for the bird? I can't find it. I came in late to this process, so I don't have groupthink on this one, and I'm just not seeing it. I think we go back to our local Nevada plan. That's what a lot of us would like to see happen. So that's one example of one of the mega plans. Now here's the other one. And that's that solar or utility scale solar plan. Another big mega plan. All BLM land in 11 western states is included in this. 162 million acres. That's a kind of easy little footprint to plan on, I think. Coordination with 241 federally recognized tribes and all of the counties. How are we heard? Here's Lander County right here asking. We're not. We're just drowned out in this big planning shuffle. So, and some people have said it doesn't look like this is legal, that the BLM can't plan at this scale, that FLTMA says you need local planning, and I think we all can see why. So I wanted to just point that out at the end of this presentation because I thought it was important. If I was in your shoes, I'd want to know about this. So what do we have for tools as little counties? Well, we got you, and that's important. So I want to thank you all for doing the work you do on this committee. But we also have ordinances and special use permits and master plans and great county commissioners. But all of that, we're still grappling with. This stuff is new. Like in Lander County, we don't have any ordinance about how you dispose of solar panels. We need it, and we're working on it. And we're all talking thanks to NACO. You guys they've put some really good trainings together for us in forums where we can all talk and figure out how the heck we're gonna do it. But we're doing our part. So I think that's about it for me. And if you have any questions, I'll try and answer them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm sure we will have a few questions. I'll start with Senator Goycochea.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I guess, in Eureka County's presentation, he talked about the path forward, and I realize that's going to push it out, and we're 20 years from getting anywhere with that. But has Lander County formally adopted that or supported that as a commission?
Madam Chair, for the record, Pam Harrington and Senator Goycochea, we have not joined, We haven't found a place to join yet. Well, our commissioners are looking at it to see what we can do. We're kind of looking at doing things locally with our BLM office to try and help. I mean, we can't even get federal money to do things until we have our paperwork in order. So that's like a triage step for us, is get the paperwork in order. But I think that we'll be working more towards that path forward. And we want to work with our congressional staff to see if we can make sure money's flowing, because say we get a couple gathers next year, and then it's another 12 years before we get another. It's not going to work. I mean, we have to do this. But I'm very happy about Director Raby's 10-year plan, that he's trying to pick this stuff off. I mean, he's done more in the last couple of years than has been done in a long time. So we don't want to be a naysayer to anything there. We want to be a positive force to try and keep that momentum going and ride that wave.
Yes, well, I appreciate that, Pam. And, you know, the thing is, we've got a lot of counties, and some of them are, you know, they're going to take over or whatever. But the bottom line is, you know, we're all looking for the same thing, and that is, you know, the act, the Wild Horse and Burial Act as amended. Let's get it enforced. Use the tools that are in it. And I do think it's going to take a consolidated effort through NACO and the counties, and they need to come forward and get behind a plan, support it, or we'll spend another, you know, we've been 50, and we're going to be there another 50 if we don't get something moving. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions? Commissioner Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a question for both of you, but particularly for NACO representative on solar developments. What do we do? And obviously, I'm 100% supportive of more local involvement in decision making when it comes to utility level scale solar. How do we address the issue of cross-jurisdictional solar projects? And then, you know, Clark-Nye border is a good example of that, where the Nye County Commission wants to come before the Clark County Commission to talk about projects in Clark County and vice versa. How do we deal with that?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Jones. Jacob Brinkeroff for the record. Thank you for the tough question. I am familiar with the controversy there and the water concerns from Nye County. And I think if we could develop a statewide plan, if the utility scale solar plan was led by the state director of the BLM instead of Washington, D.C., that would be a tremendous help, and in bringing stakeholders and local constituencies together to work on that. I think there's a lot more that Nevada could do in terms of rooftop solar and distributed generation. We don't have to do everything utility scale. But yeah, I don't know how to solve the conflict between Nye and Clark off the top of my head right now.
Not asking you to solve the problem, but is there anything in sort of state statutory language, or are we just stuck with what the BLM's dictate is when it comes to these types of solar projects? Is there anything that we can do internally between counties, between jurisdictions, et cetera, to be on the same page, or have a better united front when it comes to approval?
I know that NACO is working on legislation around this, primarily focused on notification to the counties early on. I don't know that legislation at the current thinking is dealing with cross-jurisdictional issues like that. So I'm not sure, but I'm sure we're happy to work with you on that.
Okay, can I throw one more at you?
Sure.
What about cross-state jurisdictions? I got a proposed solar development in California side of Sandy Valley, which the residents of Sandy Valley aren't very excited about. So again, anything we can do to either state policy or working with federal delegation to address concerns when solar projects are cross state boundaries but still have serious effects on communities that are on the other side of a state boundary.
happy to work with you on it.
Fair enough, thank you.
Madam Chair, Pam Harrington for the record. I just wanted to also mention the little bit of work I've been doing on this whole solar EIS. I'm saddened that solar rooftop and anything that could be close to the real needs of this continued energy needs is discounted. We don't even talk about it. It's like it can't be done. And I don't know if that's true, but I don't know if you guys can help at all to look at solar rooftop and having things in place where the real increased needs are. So I throw that one back at you if you can help there, because instead of blanketing the desert with solar panels all the way as far as the eye can see and into places that have intact landscapes and grazing and pronghorn, why, I don't know why we don't look anymore at that. I think the answer is NV Energy doesn't want to. Yeah, I know. So I said it. But if there's a way to look at not blanketing the desert with solar panels, I hope you can help.
Please, go ahead, Senator.
I just want to answer that. We tried in 2015. It was called home rule. And that's really, we needed to get a little farther. I'm sorry.
That's one approach. Okay, Vice Chair Anderson.
Thank you. I'm actually going to go in a different way. Looking at your presentation, you bring up that there is staffing issues. Cooperating agencies are stretched thin. No question in my mind that that's happening. I'm just wondering, what exactly are your current staffing levels? How many people do you have reviewing this, and are there any sort of openings at this time?
Madam Chair, Pam Harrington for the record. Thank you for that question, because it's easy to answer. Yeah, for Lander County, one person. For Humboldt County, they have a contractor. For White Pine County, they have a contractor. They're excellent people, and we all work together on things, which is very helpful in ways, but no, there isn't a lot of staffing at all for this, and our planning staff in Lander is one person for the most part, and so we're trying to grapple with it as best we can. I don't even know about NI. When you talk to Megan at your next meeting, she'll have a lot to say, I'm sure, because they're ground zero for solar. And she's been helping us, because we're just learning more, because they're coming at us now. And I'm thinking maybe a reason they're coming at us now is because we don't have our ducks in a row.
That's a different story, but
Yeah.
thank you so much for that clarification of, and I'm not looking for a job, believe me, but one person for probably, just looking through this as well as hearing the public comment earlier today, you're looking at 5, 8, 10 large projects possibly. I mean, how many projects are you getting these applications for? Oh, and for one person to review, to look through all the maps, just out of curiosity.
Madam Chair, Pam Harrington for the record. Yeah, I'm actually losing sleep. I've never had that in my career, really. It's because I care.
Thank you, and thank you for caring.
Thank you.
Of course. Other questions? Sure, Senator Goicoechea.
Thank you, and I thank you for the rock. They made me check my gun at the door, so I do have protection.
I'll let my commissioners know that.
And I also just had a couple of questions, because you and the representative, Mr. Tibbetts from Eureka County, had both mentioned the sage grouse plan, and I was wondering if you could give me just a little bit more kind of a picture or an understanding of where we're falling short, or like where the disconnect is that the plan is not being implemented. As someone who understands that there is a plan globally, but is not nearly as familiar as you or Mr. Tibbetts or half the people in this room with the actual details of that plan.
Madam Chair, Pam Harrington for the record. And I will defer to Jake because he is on the committee that's working on that and has worked on the sage grouse plan for years. And I know he probably does have groupthink a little bit, but he's smarter than that. And that's why he'll stand up for our plan, our state plan, instead of this big one. So if you don't mind, I would like him to get into the details on the sage grouse plan. It makes more sense, our state plan, than me.
I don't mind at all if he doesn't mind coming back. And so then that answers my follow-up question, which was that, and I'm not trying to sow division or anything, I'm trying to recognize that we don't want to treat, all of rural Nevada as a monolith, but it sounds like Lander and Eureka, at least in this area, are united in their perspective and their, is it fair to characterize as frustration with the lack of implementation of the plan?
So, Madam Chair, thanks. Jake Tibbetts for the record. I would venture to say that every county with sage-grouse habitat is aligned on this issue. And the disconnect, I believe, is tied back to that top-down dictates from DC, really, because it's, you have what are called national management direction. And the plans have to fall within that management direction. So there's maybe some minor adjustments we can make state by state, but it's really dictated on policy perspective from DC. I will say that there was a BLM land use plan amendment in 2019 that the entire intent of that plan was to find alignment with the states. And that plan was approved. A record of decision was signed by the BLM, and then it was preliminarily enjoined in the Idaho Federal Circuit Court. And we're under that injunction right now. So we reverted back to the 2015 BLM plans as the kind of de facto management while that's all being worked out. And now we're starting in a new planning effort to now amend the 2015 plans with all of that litigation not even all ironed out yet. So it's literally what I'd call regulatory whiplash a bit, the pendulum, and that's, I believe, where Nevada's plan, we weren't beholden to that. It was trying to do what's right for Nevada with, it's a nonpartisan plan. It really is, across multiple governor administrations and stuff. So I just do think the disconnect is the more global perspective from DC doesn't always align with the states. So.
Okay, that answers my question. I appreciate your follow-up and coming back up here. And if I could ask Ms. Harrington one more question, because we did venture into the arena of the wild horses. And you mentioned a couple times that Lander County needs to get its paperwork in order. Are you talking about counts of the horses, or is there additional paperwork that I'm not aware of?
Madam Chair, Pam Harrington for the record. And yes, thanks for the question. I wasn't very clear on it because we're just calling it paperwork now. It's the environmental assessment that the BLM has to put together, and they go stale over time. So you have to do new monitoring, put that together to back up your environmental assessment that proves that you need gathers, even though it's obvious. You have to have the proof because people will litigate, and they'll litigate, even though there's no more food out there. Sometimes horses are starving, dying, or our range is beyond fixing. So that's what we're helping with, is to get that environmental assessment together so that they have what they need. The BLM has that to ask for gathers there, because they can't even put it up the flagpole until we have that together, which totally makes sense.
Okay, now I understand.
Yeah, thank you, sorry.
No, thank you, I appreciate it. Any other questions, comments based on those? Senator Goycochea.
You piqued my interest there now, but didn't Lander County, or at least there was some talk that Lander County was going to file suit against the BLM?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Pam Harrington for the record. There was discussion about that, but they've changed their tact to see if we can't get something done that's positive. And I'm very glad to say I've been a part of that we can hopefully get something done together. It's not like our BLM office aren't great people, but this is an untenable thing, as you know. I mean, I wish we could throw money at it and fix things. I mean, that's my first goal. I was like, can we give them money? They can't even take our money. The federal government's like, we can't even do that. So we're trying to help in every way we can. And I'll just tell you guys this right now. Sam and I put together probably 7 different ways that we can work together into the future once we reach AML. I mean, we have to get the appropriate management level of horses down. So we're helping them to get the paperwork ready for that. And then we hope to provide a template to other counties to work with their BLM offices to make this last and be sustainable. So I'm glad you asked me that question, because it wasn't hard to answer since we're trying a new tact.
Yes, and again, you know, AML, it's a law under the act, so we need to get there. And again, I think this body can help push that a long ways, as the law requires that we get to AML. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right, I think that brings us to our conclusion of agenda item number 4. And so we will close agenda item number 4. Thank you all so much for being here and for your presentations. For those of you following along, we're not going to take a break during this meeting. I have let my committee know that, and so that they understand. And if you don't now, I'm telling you now, please feel free to get up if you need a drink of water or use the restroom, anything like that. And I hope that you all will not take offense to the members of our committee and our staff being human beings. And with that, we will move on to agenda item number 5. This is a presentation from the Battle Mountain District Office of the United States Bureau of Land Management, better known as the BLM, and I believe we have Mr. Alt here. Please come on up whenever you are ready. If you're not familiar with our system here, you have to turn on the microphone and give us your name and the spelling before you present so we can have it accurately for the record.
Can you hear me? Okay. Sam Alt for the record, field manager for the Mount Lewis Field Office. Let me log in really quick. I thought I was behind the Forest Service. But happy to go right now. Okay, again for the record, my name is Sam Alt. I'm the field manager for the BLM Mount Lewis Field Office based out of Battle Mountain, Nevada. As of right now, I'm about 2/3 of the way through a detail as field manager for the Mount Lewis Field Office. I've worked in Battle Mountain, Nevada for the BLM for 9 years. I started there as an entry-level rangeland management specialist, GS5, if that means anything to anybody. And I've made a career and started my family there and lived there for near a decade. My regular day job when I'm not field manager is supervisory natural resource specialist. Underneath that position, I manage range, wildlife, wild horse and burro programs for the Mount Lewis Field Office. So like Pam was mentioning, that's a program that's pretty near and dear to what I do on a day-to-day. So I was given kind of a pretty broad mandate on what to present on today, so I decided to just generally talk about Battle Mountain District and some of our metrics and our workload, but probably won't be getting into any really project-specific stuff unless there's some interest to talk about those. The other thing I'll note is that I know that there's a lot of interest in the renewable energy program. As of yet, the Mount Lewis Field Office has received a few applications for some solar development, but we really haven't had to jump into it quite yet, not like the Tonopah Field Office. So I'm a little, not the total expert on that quite yet. It's my next big learning curve to tackle. Okay, so Battle Mountain District overview. For anybody who doesn't know, the BLM is divided into 6 district offices in Nevada. The Battle Mountain District is kind of the interior section of that. We're surrounded on all sides, except for the very southern portion, by other BLM Nevada districts. We manage 10.5 million surface acres of public lands. The Mount Lewis Field Office is 4.3 million acres, and the Tonopah Field Office manages 6.2 million acres. I don't have the exact percentages off the top of my head, but we manage most of the surface area within that area. Our major programs are mining, livestock management, wild horse and burro, and we have obviously a growing renewable energy program. In support of these programs, the BLM works through permitting processes, which include the NEPA process, Endangered Species Act, and also conducts monitoring, manages project implementation, and enforces compliance with decisions. So I'd say the really major program we have is mining. The Battle Mountain District Office has a total of 82,087 mining claims, which is approximately 19% of the total mining claims in Nevada. There's 135 mining plans of operations, which is approximately 53% of Nevada. There's 433 mining notices within the Battle Mountain District Office, which is approximately 49% of Nevada. And we have $1.5 billion associated with financial guarantees in the Battle Mountain District, which is approximately 43%. Those financial guarantees, by the way, are monies that the government secures to ensure that if mining operators go out of business, that the reclamation for the disturbance is bonded. So I would say that 43% of Nevada is really a major indicator of how much our mining workload is. Another major program for ours is livestock management. Just really quick, we've got 383,000 AUMs that we permit out of the 2,076,000 in the state of Nevada. So we're not the largest for sure. We're about 25% of the state overall. 247,000 of those AUMs are in the Mount Lewis Field Office, with 135,000 down in Tonopah, and that's due to, as the farther you go south, the closer you get to the Mojave, less perennial forage for livestock. We manage 137 out of 1,070 permits in the state, so about 13%. Our wild horse and burro program. The BMDO manages a mix of wild horse and burro herd management areas, or HMAs, and burro HMAs. Generally, the burros occur down in the Tonopah Field Offices, and the horses are up here in the Mount Lewis Field Office, but there's always exceptions to the rules. I apologize, as I was putting my notes together for this, I thought I had the metrics for both Tonopah and Mount Lewis for the wild horse and burro program, but I only had the Mount Lewis Field Office, so I'll be digging into those a little bit. So we manage for a population. We refer to that as an AML, animal management level. This figure typically comes in a low value and a high value, so we're managing for a range. And this is a population level that the BLM has determined to be appropriate in relation to other multiple uses. So just to explain that, there's also wildlife and livestock, for example, that are competing for the same resources that wild horse and burros do. So in and of themselves, wild horse and burros could probably occur in much higher numbers and still be in an ecological balance than what we've prescribed as a BLM. But we need to provide for multiple use, i.e. livestock and wildlife. We have 12 herd management areas in the Mount Lewis Field Office. 11 of those are horse HMAs, and one is a burro HMA. We have several HMAs that are identified as separate HMAs, but are kind of managed as a complex. And those ones that are largely grouped into larger complex are typically very small. They could be, 50 AML. The high AML for our field office is 1,869. Our total estimated population that we put together at the end of calendar year 2023 was 6,314 animals. That puts us at 337% over our high AML. I'll tell you that Lander County greatly exceeds that in some HMAs. It's in the thousands of percent over AML rather than the hundreds. Over the last 10 to 15 years, our big priority in the Mount Lewis Field Office was addressing the HMAs in Eureka County, and we've shifted our focus in the last 2 or 3 years towards Lander County. Having said that, I think we've discussed a lot of the challenges that the BLM faces already. I'm happy to field some of those questions at the end. I won't go into that too much here, but I will say that in order for us to sustainably manage our wild horse and burro populations, we're going to have to work through adaptive management solutions. So historically, you'd largely see, gathers, and then populations would grow again, and then we'd gather and ship them to long-term holding. Well, a major bottleneck the BLM's facing is where are we going to additionally put horses in the long term? Those are costs that are passed on to the taxpayer. So in my opinion, I think a major thing that we need to do is, as we are near or below high AML, we need to be working with our partners to do treat and releases or on-range darting to help manage and prevent populations from getting to the point where we need to gather them. And I think that Washington office, or at the very least state office policy, aligns with that concept. Okay, renewable energy. We currently are working through 38 renewable project applications. I believe all of those are solar. In the Mount Lewis field office, we have 9 applications, which come in at 7,700 megawatts. The Tonopah field office has 29 pending applications with 23,600 megawatts, which for the Battle Mount district overall is 38 applications with 31,300 megawatts. The E7 project, Esmeralda 7, are the furthest ones along. We're nearing public comment on the EIS for that project. Everything else is still largely on hold due to variance conflicts, basically, with our land use plan for allowing solar to be in those areas. And that is my prepared remarks for this, and so if there's any questions for me, I'm happy to field them.
Thank you so much. And if you wouldn't mind providing those remarks to our staff before you leave so that we can include them in the official record, we'd appreciate it.
Absolutely, no problem.
Thank you. And questions from members of the committee? Okay, let's start on this end today, or right now. Nothing? Okay, Vice Chair Anderson.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the presentation. There's a lot of acronyms. I was like, what is that?
Yes, we do love our acronyms in the government.
Don't we all? It must be a bureaucracy, right? My first question, though, is actually in consideration of what we just heard. How often, when you're looking through these applications and other attempts to do things, are you looking at multi-use, especially as was brought up in the last presentation, number one, and then number two, how often do you work with the counties with these very specific items?
Well, I'll start with that second one first. It's very rare that the BLM gets to walk into a room and isn't the punching bag, and so it was very nice hearing the hard efforts from my predecessors in doing county coordination. And from our perspective on a local level, we're not going to be able to do much of anything without partners. And so, I think we really value and cherish that relationship. Sorry about that. The second part of that is, everything we do is mandated by multiple use. I mean, we're a multiple use agency. The main way that we kind of review that is through the NEPA process. And nobody likes the NEPA process until the BLM's trying to implement something that they don't want done. And then that's their opportunity to engage in comment. And the BLM has to consider those comments and make a decision that is reasonable and in the best balance for multiple use.
So
that's okay. We can clarify.
I think I understand what you're saying there is that, yes, we consider it, and it's very important for us to have multiple use, but in particular with the roads. I mean, let's just bring that into this discussion. Has that been a source of contention with BLM land of making sure that the public roads continue to be public, or the county roads continue to be county, even if they are in fact on BLM land?
Okay, yeah, thank you for that. So the RS-2477.
Put your name on the record, please.
I'm sorry, I apologize for that. Sam Alt for the record. The RS-2477 issue specifically is something that we can't make a final decision on. Jake, again, is much more articulate on this issue than I am, but ultimately, the BLM doesn't have a travel management plan. We're not looking to close down most of these roads. There's a lot of reasons why the county would want an RS-2477, and I acknowledge that. It's not in my decision box to be able to decide whether or not to recognize that. But I will say, as we're going through discussions on road improvements or expansions, and widths of roads, those can come in conflict in a lot of reasons with other resources that we manage. And one that I'll probably say is the most in conflict is cultural resources. And so tribal consultation in section 106 is really important for us to go through. So as we, receive applications for improvements, we have to step through those boxes and analysis of multiple use.
And I appreciate that analysis of it, because this, I think, will be my last question. That's the analysis. As has been pretty clearly stated at both our state and also at the local level, our staffing is pretty small, and they are incredibly dedicated, and they are being asked to do 6,000 things. I mean, our LCB staff alone is able to do this remotely and does an excellent job of it. Cannot even imagine trying to go through all the items that a small county has to do to approve solar and everything else. Is that ever part of your consideration of the application process, whether it is solar or mining or anything else, of what the impact would be on the employment, or I guess the employees of the state and local government?
Sam, all for the record, I don't believe that the employment level is a metric that we look at directly in a NEPA analysis, but I'll tell you that this is our greatest limiting factor as well. The Battle Mountain District, I read through our metrics. Our staff levels, both in our ability to hire and retain, and also just on the general size of our TO, is not reflected one for one to other districts in the state and other districts BLM wide. Every district faces different challenges and has different resources, but for the Battle Mountain District, this is a severe limitation for us, is staffing and long-term corporate knowledge on projects.
Thank you. And the long-term knowledge, I think, is the biggie, as our committee is losing one of our strongest long-term knowledge individuals. I think I feel that BLM has been pretty good to work with at the local level, but sometimes once you get outside of other areas, not so easy is what I'm hearing. So, but if you could possibly continue to consider what is happening with our county and state governments and our staffing levels, because we both have the people like Senator, who is getting ready to retire, and then also just the fact that we do not have as many people with that knowledge that have been around for 25 years. And I'm sure that you're experiencing that same thing, is what I'm hearing you say. Is that correct?
Sam Alt for the record again. Yeah, that's true. And I'll also tell you that there's, for every action that we're permitting, there's a requirement for us to consult with state and local governments. And it's an important thing that we do for sure, because that's where we get a lot of our really substantive comments, is from state and local governments.
Thank you, and thank you, Chair.
Senator Lucia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm just going to shift right from that into cooperating agency status. And, whether it be a county or the tribes, they request that. And there are cases they are denied cooperating agency status. You want to kind of fill us in on that a little bit? How can you deny somebody cooperating agency status?
That's a good question. I'll speak just for the Battle Mountain District on this. I'm not aware of us denying cooperating agency status, but I might be mistaken within our district. So I'm not sure the reasons if we had. I'll just state that for the record.
And maybe I should clarify that. I'm not sure, maybe a county has, but I know people that have been denied cooperating agency status, but I think probably some counties at some point have been denied as well.
No, I'm sure there is a potential for that.
And then just kind of a follow-up before you get into this. Now, the Tonopah Field Office has all of Nye County, right?
We've got a little sliver of it in the Mount Lewis Field Office.
Oh, you don't have Pahrump, Armagosa, Beatty?
Correct.
That's all, that's N1? Clark?
That's, I'm not sure, you're talking grazing board? N1 grazing board? N1
is Clark County, right? No, N1's Elko. Is it the grazing districts? I was just trying to think. I thought you.
Yeah, the grazing
N6
district
had all of Nye County. It doesn't though.
Sorry, Sam Alt for the record again. Just to clarify what we're talking about, the N6 grazing board is what we manage, and it doesn't cover the entire district. N1 cuts off about at the latitude of Tonopah. So below Tonopah, the Beatty area, I don't believe that's within a grazing district at all. Yeah, there are unincorporated areas that never got grazing districts nationwide. So.
then I really need some clarification now. That is interesting that, you know, Beatty, Amargosa, Pahrump is not in the grazing district.
So maybe, Sam Aldigan for the record, maybe it'll help clarify where you're going with this question, that this is the primary difference between grazing permits and grazing leases. Grazing leases that we have are outside the grazing district. I'm not sure if that helps get to it.
Well, it does, because again, as we talk, you know, solar permitting and or, you know, any of those permitting, there is grazing occurring in those areas, so there's going to be some impacts. So how do they mesh?
Sam, all for the record again. I'd say from a NEPA analysis perspective, there's not going to be, for a grazing reduction conversation, a difference between whether or not it's a permit or a lease. As my understanding of it, and I'm fairly savvy with the range program, that there's the main difference is just where the grazing fees go. For within the N6 grazing district, a lot of those fees come back to the counties, to the range fund there. And so the leases, that's where they really lose out on that. But as far as a reduction that would happen for a solar analysis, we'd still do the same socioeconomic impact to the operators. And there'd still be the same, you know, relative analysis for grazing, the actual reduction in the permit.
But it would be out of your district, so who does it?
It would be in our district. I'm the Mount Lewis field office on the northern half, but Beatty is the very tail end of our district. So not grazing district, but just BLM district.
Okay.
And I'll just clarify also, there is a correlation between the N6 grazing, or the grazing districts and the BLM districts. They were used largely as a template for the creation of the BLM districts.
Yeah. All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Other questions? I'm going to go over to Ms. Weaselboy, and then I'll come back. Please.
I think that's thank you, Chair.
Ms. Weaselboy first.
Oh,
Thank you, Sam. It's good to see you again. I come from a different perspective of looking at the evaluation of solar permitting and I guess many projects, including extractive industry, coming from the tribal end. And I know one of the main issues that we have is staffing with the BMDO as a whole. And so I kind of wanted to ask how many archaeologists you have on staff and what the plan is to staff more archaeologists, because I know, like you mentioned, the cultural resource issue, and because there is no Native American coordinator and NAC on the BMDO, we're having a lot of issues with getting proper meaningful and proper consultation out to tribes, and I know that's been a big holdup. So I wanted to ask that question, and I also wanted to ask how is the BMDO trying to mitigate consultation with a lack of staff?
Sam, all for the record, thank you for that question, Marissa, excuse me. This has been kind of the primary workload that I've been working through as field manager in the last couple months, is addressing cultural concerns and working to improve tribal coordination. So having said that, we have just onboarded a brand new archaeologist in the Mount Lewis field office and a brand new archaeologist down in the Tonopah field office. We also have just extended an offer to a new archaeologist for the Mount Lewis field office, and we'll be onboarding him in the next few months. I think the tribal liaison position has long been viewed by the Battle Mountain District as one of our critical positions, and it's been very difficult for us to hire. But I think our district management team 100% acknowledges that that's one of the core members of our leadership team. Without the tribal liaison, the government-to-government consultation process, as you know, defaults back to the field managers, of which we have two, or district manager, which would make a total of 3 people in our district that could do that, which makes having really meaningful tribal consultation very difficult. So I'll just say that. As far as the cultural goes as well, we've been very fortunate in the last few months in being able to rely on other districts for some of their capacity, and the state office has provided a lot of support as well to work through some of these significant issues we've been working through.
Do you have any follow-ups, Ms. Weaselboy?
I just want to say thank you for that clarification. I know we've been working a lot with the state office as well, and I can imagine that their load is quite heavy. So we've definitely had some stall outs in coordination and consultation. So I kind of just wanted to make that remark. I think there's definitely a difference between attempting meaningful consultation and following through, and I know that's where we stand with a lot of those issues, and finding out what's happening. I just wanted to remark that I do find out about a lot of these projects in a very roundabout way, instead of coming directly through the tribe or to the tribes, maybe through ITCN as a agency to get that through. So we do have a lot of concerns, and again, in regards to meaningful consultation, we have a lot of folks who are not totally aware of tribes here in Nevada, and so we've had a lot of tribal consultation overreach from tribes who don't have anything to do with our area coming in and trying to speak for us, and then the checkbox is marked by the BLM saying good enough. So I wanted to make that remark because a lot of times the onus is put on tribes when I think the onus should definitely be put on the agencies, and it's severely lacking in that regard. But I do appreciate the attempt to work with, and again, I know we've been working through the state office a lot, especially on E7 and on NAGPRA related issues.
And Mr. Alt, before you respond, the proper way to address a member of the committee would be as Ms. Weaselboy.
Yeah, apologies again. This is my first rodeo on something like this. Sam Alt for the record. What I would like to say in response to that is I would be very open to doing consultation on proper consultation. And so that's a challenge for me, is knowing what's too much and what's not enough, and where tribes are interested in. If you can express that as these issues come up, I'm very much interested in engaging in more meaningful consultation on how we do consultation.
Okay. Did you have a question too, Assemblymember DeLong? Okay, I'll go to you next then, Assemblymember DeLong.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate the discussion. We've had quite a bit of questions and comments about renewable energy generation. What we haven't touched on is transmission. And I think the Greenlink project is coming through the Battle Mountain District, principally the Tonopah Field Office.
Yes.
How is that going? What is the district's level of engagement in that, and do you have any insights on that?
Yeah, Sam Alt for the record. I am not very familiar with that. I know it does come within our district office, but it's not a project I've had to step in on directly. So as much as I'd love to give you an update on that, I'm not quite knowledgeable enough.
Understand, thank you. That's it, Chair.
All right, I think we are good up here. I was just checking with my members. I think we have no more further questions. So thank you for being here. And we will close out agenda item number 5. And we will move to agenda item number 6. And I believe we have Ranger Noriega here from the Austin, Tonopah, and Ely Ranger districts of the USDA.
Madam Chair and members, I'm Lance Brown, and we're from the Austin Tonopah Ranger District, and I really appreciate the opportunity to present some topics and program discussion on the district. I've been the district ranger in Austin Tonopah for 7 years, actually this week. I had started my career here in Nevada and have a total of 19 years of federal service in both BLM and Forest Service. So today I'd like to just talk a little bit and share on some programs and management priorities, for just the Austin Tonopah Ranger District. So Austin Tonopah is about 2.1 million acres. It's the largest district in the lower 48 states. So it's a very large ranger district comparatively. It is two districts that were combined in the past. And our staffing level is about 50% on the district, with 2 offices, a ranger station in Austin and a ranger station in Tonopah. We really require coordination and support work from the zone, from other districts, and from the forest for project support. So our little staff that we have on the district is keeping the doors open and trying to administer programs as best as we can, for sure. And so some of the key projects and programs I want to touch on, I'll touch on Green Lake North first. So the BLM is the lead agency on this project. And this project essentially is a 235-mile transmission corridor for Robinson Summit, a little bit to the east of our present location, clear to Churchill County. And that project crosses 10 miles of national forest, and so that's where the Forest Service has a decision in this project and has involvement. The Forest Service is, when we became involved, it was a little bit after the initial application to BLM. So we came a little late to the table as we began engaging with the project planning. So one of the key first steps that the Forest Service did was a screening of the project with the application, and really worked hard to see a path forward for our land and resource management plan compliance and greater sage-grouse compliance. The current proposed route didn't pass our screening process, and we denied that first application. So we did work with BLM and the proponent, the applicant, and adjusting routes to find two alternatives to meet our land and resource plan compliance. One along Highway 50, and then as well as co-location with an existing transmission line. So the current status on that project is that a draft EIS will likely be coming out for public review and comment in August. And so again, that's a BLM lead agency. The Forest Service is a cooperating agency, and we're at the table with BLM in making those decisions. Developed recreation and trails is the next topic, and I'll kind of focus on just some key needs and where our program is looking at for Austin Tonopah is we have 10 established campgrounds that were gated, and really a need for refurbishing and improvements. And so the past several years we've been seeking funding and receive funding for improvements on those campgrounds. And so Great American Outdoors Act, as well as Title II Rural Schools Act funding, for supporting some of that external funding for the project work. So we do have about 5 campgrounds remaining to do the completed work. Our money that we originally secured in hopes to complete the entire project was not sufficient as we went through a period of COVID and then higher contract estimates and bids that have come in for implementation. So we've had to scale back our ability to implement projects across the entire district. So we're still seeking those funds, additional funds, to continue to move forward there. Part of our option and opportunity for continued maintenance and trying to manage our campgrounds across the district once they're to a standard is looking at requesting and having fees associated with daily rates. And so we only have one fee site on the district at this time, and we have a proposal in for modest fees for all of our campgrounds. And what that does afford us ability is when we collect those fees, we can use those fees across all our existing campgrounds that are fee sites for those improvements. And it'll be a great means for the district to be able to be sustainable with keeping those campgrounds to a standard and over time. Let's see, I want to talk a little bit about trails. So the district has a significant amount of trails within our 3 established wilderness areas. We have a 72 plus mile national recreation trail, the Toivy Crest Trail. And these are really good draws that we receive from recreationists and public use. And we really strongly rely on our partners for maintenance and repair on our trail systems. We're just not staffed anymore in the agency to continue to in-house to perform that trail work. So our partners really are extremely valuable, to not only the district but other districts across the forest. So the Friends of Nevada Wilderness, the Great Basin Institute are 2 key partners there. We really have some challenges following our Tropical Storm Hillary last summer, to where we had a lot of trails and roads severely damaged. And we have trail crews out right now doing repairs in Table Mountain Wilderness. And they've done other work in both Arc Dome and Alta Tequila Wilderness as well. So really enjoy our partners. The Tropical Storm Hillary really took the hammer to our forest road systems, or roads that we have on the National Forest, across the National Forest. So we have about 2,000 miles of mixed jurisdiction roads, and we lost a lot of road systems on the southern part of the district, around Highway 6 and north, on a lot of our southern mountain ranges. And I want to really put a plug in and a kudos to Nye County and the road department that really helped and assisted with a lot of repairs at that time. And our Forest Service road crew, which really we have a road crew, and they cover the entire forest. So they cover 7 districts through Nevada and part of the eastern California, the eastern Sierra there. And with the significant damage that occurred in the Spring Mountains, last summer, that's really where our road crew ended up, and we're finally getting to have some of our forest resources return and get back into central Nevada. And so this next week we have a regional office engineer and a road crew members and some equipment getting delivered to the district, for looking for some of those repairs. Another comment I'll add is, how important our partners are with the counties, for our maintenance and repairs. Since I've been on the district since 2017, we've had several instances where it's been, Lander County or in Nye County for the most part, very little Eureka County administered areas within the district. It's the northern monitors only. But we've had our partners with the county help with some repairs. And then when we've had our Forest Service crews on the district in the past years, they've also done work on some county roads as well. So really looking at coordinating and trying to get, the work done that's needed to provide some safe passage. We will be looking to establish more formal agreements and a means to have a work schedule for roads and a means to share funds, through an agreement in a Schedule A here in the near future. That's an effort we're currently working on with Nye County and look to do that with other counties as well. For minerals program is fairly large on the district. We have at any point in time 5 to 15 exploration projects that are going on at some level of administration or review and analysis. This past couple years we've had some increased interest in larger exploration, which is a little unusual. So we currently have 2 projects that are long-term exploration projects, 10-year projects. So it's a little outside of the norm of what we typically receive. And we're really utilizing third-party contractors with that to help support, some of the analysis and helping with the Forest Service teams as we go through that NEPA process. Okay, I want to talk a little about range management. So the district is the largest district in the Forest Service here, and we have large allotments, and we have a mix of active, vacant, and also closed allotments on the district. And I have currently 1 range management specialist to be able to cover all the administration for the entire district. Staffing, we're certainly not staffed to full capacity, which would be another 3 positions. So the district took on a vacant allotment assessment here starting in 2021, which was a real surprise. Being able to get and have some internal funding to support an analysis, and we're currently in the some of the final stages of making in the decision making for the Monterey vacant allotment project. And so that's 6 vacant allotments. Monitor Valley, it's the Pine Creek Ranch, and it's the first vacant allotment assessment we've been able to do here on the HT in quite some time. So the Austin Tonopah, we're certainly happy we're able to, to bring that on and see how we might be able to get that back to a place where we can have, authorized grazing. So right now where we are at with the planning process, I'll be kind of real specific here, is we've gone through a decision and we've received objections, and we're currently reviewing the objections on those through our formal process, and we do have a plan meeting scheduled for those objectors for a resolution that's coming up in the near future, actually next week, and so we'll sit through and work with those objectors to see what solutions may be available, and then we'll look at trying to finalize a decision on that project. Another key need tied to range and the allotments and making sure we are having our permittees on those allotments is with our Lahut and cutthroat trout habitat that we have on active allotments in Reese River Valley. We had a notice of intent to sue received on that, and then the Forest Service went through a process with permittees to have a biological opinion issued, and so that's legal means for compliance with the Endangered Species Act to authorize grazing within the Lahut and cutthroat trout habitats. And we have had really cooperative permittees with implementing the monitoring and cooperating with those management actions there. So that's something that we're really proud of. Wild horse and burros, next topic. So the Austin Tonopah Ranger District really is the, for the Intermountain region, for Region 4, it's the hub of where our wild horse territories are. And so the district has 10 active territories. We have 2 of those territories that have current existing analysis and appropriate management levels set through an analysis and decision. Both of those decisions are in joint management with the BLM, and so what a NEPA decision does for the Forest Service is a little different than with the BLM. Is that once we have a NEPA decision, for that appropriate management level set through analysis through the NEPA process, we are not required to do another analysis to implement a gather. Our objectives, to reach numbers of horses are already established in the original EA, and so when we have a need, once we hit a threshold over those AMLs, then the Forest Service can proceed. And so we really rely on the BLM, and they're really the experts on the contracting and gathering. And with our proximity of our wild horse territories to the BLM herd management areas, oftentimes they're gathered jointly, and so we work together on those. So we have 2 decisions on the Austin Tonopah Ranger District that we can gather right here, right now. The remaining 8 territories, we've initiated a planning process to set AML on those through NEPA. And so we're collecting field data this year and looking at having a decision sometime this next year. Let's see, a couple quick topics here on wildlife management. And I'd really like some things to highlight really is our ongoing long-term work with, Columbia spotted frog, with various partners in the Toyabis. And so this is a long-standing project and program that's been in place 20 plus years that is really kind of off with the partners, really kind of was able to prevent a potential listing there of a frog. And so that is really a success I'd like to share with the committee today. Partners include Nevada Division of Wildlife, Fish and Wildlife Service, Nevada Natural Heritage Program, Bureau of Land Management, and there's other partners there and participants as well. The Forest Service is also looking at potentially at some point being able to do some restoration for Lahontan cutthroat trout as we look towards recovery within the Reese River subbasin, and that's some upper Arc Dome wilderness area, non-native trout removal, and then native trout reestablishment. And so we do have some ongoing coordination in planning with the Yamba-Shoshone tribe. So I look forward to continuing to have some discussions and with that project there. Okay, I would certainly like to maybe finish here on the Basin and Range shared stewardship. And so this is a project that's really taken up on priorities across the Nevada to look at collaboration across landscapes for resiliency and landscape management, fuels orientated, a good part of that. And really with the Basin and Range Shared Stewardship Group, they were kind of kicked off a little later than some of the wildlife crisis priority areas around the Northeast or the Eastern Sierra. And so as this group is starting getting to be lifted up, we're certainly looking to increase our participation and collaboration with partners. And we've reached out to the counties and to the tribes for participation and encouraging increased participation from federal and state agencies. It's important to have folks there, with the onset of those discussions and participate from the beginning. And so with that concludes my comments, and I thank you for allowing me to share.
All right, thank you so much. Let's go ahead and take questions for our Austin Tonopah Representative, Mr. Brown. Any questions from this side? Ms. Weaselboy, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Brown, for your presentation. I can definitely tell from this that you're quite busy and taking on a lot. My questions are in regards to the LCT restocking in the Reese River, which does flow through the Yamba Shoshone tribe. For years now, maybe even a decade, this is something that the tribe has opposed. And in 2019, they did pass a resolution, and I think they even attached it in a letter to your office about the opposition to it. And I think part of this is due to the dismissal and I think not following federal policy when it comes to tribal ecological knowledge and indigenous knowledge incorporation into plans within the Forest Service. And with tribal ecological knowledge, it could mean oral histories, it can mean old practices, but in the type of work that I do with revitalization and documentation and preservation, there are many elders that are diasporic from Yamba Shoshone tribe. There used to be many, many people there, but we've all moved out. Some of us have stayed very little, but they have come to know I don't know if it's necessarily the brown trout. We aren't into speciation. We are into science in another way, but this brown fish has come to be known colloquially as the Indian fish. It's always been in our memory, it's always been in our usage, and nobody does have a current memory or even from their grandparents, LCT being in the region of Reese River. And so I would hope that that is something taken into consideration, given that it is a part of official consultation under the National Historic Preservation Act, Section 106. And I also wanted to comment on the use of coordination versus consultation when the Forest Service is legally mandated, again by federal law, to consult with a tribal nation, not coordinate with them. That a coordinate would essentially be coming in and telling them about your plans and saying, well, how can we implement what you want or integrate it? Essentially, the decision's already been made. And so I definitely want to go on record to say that the Yamba Shoshone tribe has been in longstanding opposition to this. And again, I would hope that maybe you have record of that documentation sent in 2019 about this.
Lance Brown for the record. Thank you for sharing that, Ms. Weaselboy. So as I would respond in that we, the agency, the Forest Service, when we did the initial planning for that project, we did do the formal consultation, with tribes, and so we did initially have support for that project, and so we certainly recognized concerns that were raised at a later time, and so we're very respectful of that for sure. But my hope is that with a recovery of the LCT, which would have a benefit for other land uses and other permittees and other activities within that watershed basin, that would be a real strong conservation objective that we would have. So I'd certainly hope to have some ongoing conversations, and if that position still stands, we'd certainly accept and recognize that from the tribal council.
All right, we will go to Assemblymember DeLong.
Thank you, Chair. Just had a question on the Greenlink North discussion. What were the resources that were driving the alternative routes?
Lance Brown for the record. Yeah, so our resources that we were considered with that screening process was a greater sage grouse. Okay. So we have our 2015 greater sage grouse plan and our amendment to our land and resource management plan that we must comply. And so that was the main issue and concern as it relates to our land and resource management plan for that initial screening. Other resources certainly were identified with our screening, include heritage resources as well.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Questions from other members of the committee? Vice Chair Anderson.
Thank you, and I think I want to continue on then with one of the prior questions of, as I'm looking through your documentation, which I appreciate, you use at one point the word coordination, and then there's collaboration, and then there's consultation, and I believe with someplace as well. Are you required to utilize coordination, or is it collaboration that you are required to do when it comes to, in particular, tribal nations, but also other communities that could be impacted? What are you required to do? Is it collaboration, or is it simply coordinating?
Lance Brown for the record. As it relates to the tribes, that is a formal consultation process, and so that is what's required, formal or informal, but it's a consultation process. So there's that. Okay, so when I speak to coordination and collaboration, that could also involve some of the informal aspects of our tribal communications. But really, when I'm looking at coordination and collaboration, it is as I might see that with the shared stewardship group as working together on some initial planning. So that would be coordination and collaboration would be in my mind, is some of the pre-planning, sitting at the table, working together.
And so it is sitting at a table, working together. Is there and I'm going to go back to my world of agreements and contract language stuff. Is there a memorandum of understanding or a memorandum of some sort of way to show that both parties are agreeing to this before it is actually presented at a federal level for possible funding? Or is it, yep, everybody's on board, we're going to go move forward? Is there a document that maybe a tribal leader will sign, or or even a smaller community might sign to show that they are in support of this? Or is it done mostly by, here's a handshake? How's it done?
Yeah, so my experience with tribal consultation is oftentimes there is communication and information shared and a request to come back and if there are issues or concerns to be able to share that, and we could discuss and look at options for resolution. So that is one option.
And I would hope that is usually what has happened, is if somebody has had a problem that. So another question I had based upon your documents, you state that there are currently 7 permanent employees and 7 permanent employee vacancies. Does that mean that you should have a staff of 14, and yet you only have a staff of 7, and I would think permanent vacancy, that means over 5 years. Is that your responsibility to find those other individuals, or is that at the federal level and just not enough people are applying at this time with those vacancies?
Yeah, Lance Brown for the record. Hiring, permanent hiring and even seasonal hiring is a challenge. And so we have offered lots of opportunities for job announcements and hiring for these positions. Every one of those vacant positions has been offered. And oftentimes there's not an applicant that applies for a rural duty station. Or, you know, there's been instances where we have been able to fill a position, but it's not a good fit, you know, for the employee. So there's a variety of challenges there. But recruiting for and hiring in rural duty stations is certainly challenging.
Senator Goicoechea.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Brown, when you were responding there to Assemblywoman Anderson, now you said when dealing with the tribes, this is required. I would hope it's the same rules for everybody, whether if you were an in-holder or a permittee. So I kind of got the way you said that. It sounded like, okay, well, we would deal with the tribes this way, but if as a permittee or an in-holder in the forest, you might be treated differently. I hope we're all treated on the same page.
Yeah, Lance Brown, for the record. Well, we have government-to-government obligations and responsibility with tribes, and so that's, you know, so it's a little different process. However, you know, our publics and our permittees and our local partners are shared with projects when they're proposed, and certainly have an opportunity, you know, to provide input and work with the Forest Service on those particular matters.
Thank you. I don't know if I like it, but thank you.
I don't mean to pile on, but I'm also a little bit concerned about the tribal consultation that you're not describing. And you've been in this role for 7 years, so that tells me you started in 2017. In your presentation said that specifically the project to bring more Lahontan cutthroat trout up the river, a decision notice was issued in 2019, so that was since your tenure. And so first, just let me ask, is there somebody else in the office who is primarily responsible for the tribal consultations that you oversee, or is it something that you do yourself or along with other, you know, of those? I know it's a very small staff, but is it, you know, whose responsibility is it?
Yeah, Lance Brown for the record. You know, so our line officers or rangers are the responsible parties for consulting with tribes on the districts, and so that would be myself for projects that are on Austin Tonopah. So we do have a tribal liaison for the forest, and so there's times where that tribal liaison is participating and helping on some districts, but that consultation responsibility lies with the district ranger.
Okay, and so as the district ranger who does that consultation, I want to make sure that we're being clear about the consultation is not so much providing an opportunity for tribes to offer their comments, but it is proactively seeking their feedback on proposed projects before you enter the planning phases, right?
Lance Brown for the record. Certainly that's what our goal and objective is to bring proposals and early opportunity for tribal council to be aware of and be able to share any of the religious heritage or concerns that they may have within a project area or that actual project.
So I'm sure that rangers in Nevada and in, you know, Austin Tonopah and the Ely district are far from the only rangers who deal with this responsibility of a tribal consultation. So at the federal level, when you take these positions or at some point in your career, do you receive training on tribal consultations? Fine with me if yeah, you want to jump in, Mr. Rodriguez.
So we do receive training.
And if you could give
Oh,
your name for
sorry
the
about
record.
that. Jose Noriega, I'm the district ranger for the Ely Ranger District. So we do receive training. But I'm going to jump in and be very honest about some of the challenges on this. So we've been around for a while in the units we are, but both on the tribal side and on the federal side, we tend to have people change positions. And every time we change positions, sometimes we go a different direction. And sometimes consistency is not always the same. And that's on both sides. And so that's a challenge, especially when you're managing things long term, to have that consistency and agreement on what we're in agreement on, or sometimes not in agreement on. Thank you.
Thank you. And the reason that I'm asking these questions is I'm wondering if, as a state, we would benefit from, bringing in facilitators or experts to strengthen our consultation process, or if you think that would not be helpful.
Lance Brown for the record. Yeah, my preference is certainly to be able to visit directly with those tribal councils or elders, informally or formally, to hear and learn about their support or concerns about a particular project or activity. And so I think that local, being able to have a local relationship and be able to have that, it's consultation, but I'll have that coordination and communication is really key.
So then I guess my next question comes from a lawyering perspective and a legislative perspective. We have all of these meetings in public, on the record. We have a secretary here who will provide minutes afterwards. How do you keep documentation of those informal conversations that you have with tribes within the Ranger District?
Yeah, so Lance Brown for the record. So those notes are taken as presentations are given to tribal council, or our notes are taken for informal meetings, and those are captured and kept and retained. Oftentimes, if we receive the correspondence that's sent to tribes, whether it's email or letter correspondence is also kept as part of that record. So there's documentation and tracking on the level of communication effort or contact effort or meeting discussions regarding a particular activity.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other questions? I'm not seeing any other questions. Thank you so much, Ranger Brown. We really appreciate you being here, and we will turn it over to your colleague now.
For the record, Jose Noriega, I'm the district ranger for the Ely Ranger District. Ely Ranger District is in East Central Nevada. So I have been a district ranger in the state of Nevada for 23 years. I've been on the Ely District now for 15 years. So a little clarifying stuff. So Senator Gokachia, JJ, and Grayson Uvalde are not allowed to heckle me during my presentation. So they will. So Senator Gokachia and my mother went to high school together. So I'll sick her on you. So my testimony today is going to focus on management activities in the Ely Ranger District. And I'm especially going to focus on projects associated with Southern Nevada Public Land Management Act funds, or projects and shared stewardship and partnerships. The Ely Ranger District is located in East Central Nevada. We've got about 1 million acres Most of it's in White Pine County, 25% in Nye, about 40,000 acres in Lincoln County. We have about 20 permanent employees. I share some of them with Lance as zone employees. We have about 10 seasonals annually. And then most recently, we employ about 15 to 20 Youth Conservation Corps YCC kids, which I will share more about that a little bit later in my presentation. So at this point, put your seatbelt on because I know you're short on time. So I've got a bunch of projects. I'm going to go through them very quickly. So we're going to zip through this fast. So Ellison Meadows is a restoration project in the White Pine Range. There's a whole slew of activities. It's been funded by Southern Nevada Public Land Management Act Fund. We've got partners with NDOW and the livestock permittees. The multi-jurisdictional noxious and invasive weed partnership. This is one of my pet projects that I got through an Amory, my range specialist gets to manage. As we did weed treatments for years on the Forest Service with SNPLMA, we're watching these weeds on private, state, BLM, road right-of-ways below us. And I got frustrated. So we applied for money through SNPLMA, through the Forest Service, and got money to be able to use on state, private, county, city, and BLM lands below us. So we manage the money, we work with ENLC, we work with Tri-County, and we're inventorying and treating weeds on other jurisdictions across boundaries. And so it's been a really good project, but I'll be honest with you, we ran into challenges based on labor challenges with finding people to be able to treat noxious weeds. And so we've made good progress, and so that is nearly complete now. The Ely District Noxious Invasive Weed is the latest phase of treatments on National Forest System lands. This is the first year that we're implementing on that one. South Shells Restoration Project, that's a big one. From Connors Summit north to the Kalamazoo Road, 200,000 acres, covers Forest Service, private and state lands. There's a whole slew of different things we're doing, from fuels reduction to wildlife habitat, aspen restoration, prescribed fire, riparian, the whole works. A lot of different restoration activities across the large area. The Illapah Watershed Restoration, another SNPLMA project we've gotten. It's a joint project with Forest Service and BLM. I kind of drug BLM in, kicking and screaming on that one, because I had pet projects on BLM land I wanted to do as part of it. So, same thing, fuels reduction, wildlife habitat improvement, the whole works. Two key items I want to focus on that one. We are looking to transplant beaver into the watershed. Now, some of the ranchers in the group might go like this when I say beaver, but the number one biggest proponent of transplanting beaver is the rancher who has all the private land, all the water rights, and the allotments. And he came to us, and I like the idea, and I've done it before. So we're going to try that as long as NDOW will agree with me, and we'll put beaver in the watershed. The other pet project of mine is actually on BLM and private. We want to dredge the upper end of the reservoir to increase capacity, improve the fisheries, and build some islands out there for waterfowl and shorebirds. And so, next project, Ely Ranger District veg treatments. That's my wildlife biologist. That is a very focused project treating phase 1 and early phase 2 pinyon juniper to restore habitat for sage-grouse, mule deer, and other sagebrush dependent species. We also have in there the option in some areas to lightly thin it to encourage pine nut production in there. We've done that off and on a couple of times throughout the years for about the past 4 years, and we're currently monitoring those places that we've treated to see how well it worked. Ward Mountain Bike Trails. I talked earlier with Commissioner over here about that. We have an existing mountain bike trail system on Ward Mountain. We want to expand it and improve it. So we were funded to do that. We've entered an agreement with International Mountain Bike Association to do the trail work. We're going to do the trailhead and road improvements, and we're going to upgrade that system significantly. East Creek Campground, that project's almost done. It's in the Duck Creek Basin. If you're out in the Duck Creek Basin, take a visit, go take a look. It's an all-new campground, all new features. Timber Creek Horse Campground, almost done on it as well. We upgraded the loop on that campground to specifically be able to cater to those that want to ride horses. Anyone can camp in there, but it's got pipe rail horse corrals, it's got hitching rails, it's got everything that the horse person would need to be able to camp in that area. Mount Moriah Trail System. We've worked with Friends of Nevada Wilderness on Mount Moriah where we had the fire and the floods. We're going to go in there and rebuild that entire hiking horseback trail system, including improving the access roads that blew out in the floods. The D6 dozer went there today to improve the road in Mount Hamilton. We're going to restore access on those places and get it done. All of these funded under SNPLMA. The Ranger OHV Trail. That's the northern portion of the OHV Trail going from Duck Creek up to Mateer Creek in the Shell Creek Range. The trail dozer showed up on site out there. They will start on Monday, and they're going to get that trail system going. Most of our campgrounds have been reconstructed under SNPLMA now. They're almost all brand new. The Kalamazoo campground is a small campground in Spring Valley. Beautiful campground. I just love the site. Nice stream going through the middle of it. Not crowded at all. We're going to reconstruct it to provide basic stuff on the site. No flush toilets, no water systems, but a nice restroom, nice sites to camp in. And so that will start next year. And then my last pet project, the youth engagement in natural resource management. 6 years ago, the Ely Ranger District started finding money to hire Youth Conservation Corps, YCC crews. We are having a heck of a time finding people to hire as seasonals and permanents. We got to get them in the high school and get them interested. So 6 years ago, we started with a 2-person crew with 1 crew leader. As of right now, we are employing at any one time between 15 and 20 kids between 15 and 18 years old. I got 3 crews running with 3 crew leads hired through GBI, and they're out doing everything we can imagine out there. Wednesday, one of those crews was out helping me seize an abandoned car off the forest and get it off the forest with all the other junk that was out there. They do fence work, facilities work, recreation work, get the whole gamut of all the different things that we do in natural resources. And so we are the largest YCC program in the Forest Service in the entire nation right now. So, shared stewardship and partnership. I have no official shared stewardship area yet. However, the Ely District has been doing shared stewardship for quite some time. And there's a whole list of people that we've been working with here. And I need to apologize. I missed a group that should be on here, tribal governments. Mostly with the Ely, Shoshone, and the Duckwater tribes. We've worked with them quite a bit and coordinated on different things going on out there. Beyond tribal consultation, it's opportunities there with the tribes. So I miss them and I apologize greatly. The one I want to showcase right now that's going on right now and definitely is tied to part of what you do. We have had a heck of a time finding firefighters. And so we have what's called the Arc Dome Wildland Fire Module that was previously occupied. It's about a 10-person crew. We had trouble staffing it last year, couldn't staff it. Well, NDF has had similar problems out in Ely, finding staffing to staff their crews. So we worked with NDF and we pushed our resources together. And so NDF is providing the crew leads. We're providing most of the employees in the vehicles as well as office space. And we are putting those crews together and coordinating to stand that crew up. First time ever in the state for a wildland fire module between NDF and us. And so that's kind of the highlight of the shared stewardship stuff. And Senator Gokachia did not even heckle me. And that's the end of my oh, you also have a handout. I like pictures. I'm not going to go through it slide by slide, however you can ask questions. I like pictures, and so I wanted to share just a few items in the habitat restoration and recreation that we've finished. And I'll turn it back over.
All right, thank you. Are there questions from this side of the table? Or this side? Okay, Senator Gokachia.
You knew this was coming, Jose, but anyway, I really, in the absence of anyone here from the Ely District office, I know you were involved in the Legacy Baja Run because it did skirt on the periphery of the Forest Service there. And, but I was just curious about that. How are they gonna do the reclamation on some of those sites that truly were off a secondary county road? And to anyone here in the audience, if you happen to be traveling east on Highway 50, out here mile marker 13, that Green Springs Road, and it says road closed, just drive up to that cattle garden, look to the west, and see that Baja Run track. And that goes for hundreds of miles out through, we talk about White Sage, Winter Fat. I want to know how, as you were involved in that agreement process, how are they going to reclaim it? And I guess my real question is, if that's legal, I don't know how you could ever deny anyone for any kind of a special use permit or a range improvement project, water development, if you can do that. I couldn't do that much damage with the bulldozer all summer. And it'd have to be a good one. So anyway, how are they going to reclaim that? And I know you were involved with it. I don't want to put you on the spot, but we don't have anybody from the Department of Interior to answer.
So, Jose Noriega, for the record, I'm always good on the spot anyway. And even if they're not here, I usually speak for them sometimes anyway. So, there's a whole story behind that legacy race. So when it first came forward during the spring of 2024, this spring. It initially went just to the BLM. The Forest Service also had routes mapped on us as well, but they didn't even send the proposal to us. I'm going to be honest, I didn't pay much attention to it because I didn't believe that it was going to ever be authorized, given the dates fell within sage-grouse restrictions. And so everyone else that has come in with those dates, the answer's always been no. You got to choose a different date. I had concerns on the Forest Service portion from a sage-grouse perspective, from a mule deer perspective, because the route ran right through one of the most important fawning areas in Area 13 out there. I also had concerns about both road reclamation and conflicts on the road. Now, they told us they would not close any roads, and I didn't believe that they could do that and run a race. They also assured me that they would do reclamation on the road. Well, just like you said, with some of the things that could happen, you get out there in what we call the bug dust, and there's no real easy way to reclaim a road if it gets that way. And I was also assured that it was going to stay on existing roads, which it sounds like it may not have. When it came to the very end and the race was moving forward, I said for the Forest Service, no, I did not authorize it, at least on most of the routes. There was a small area where it went onto the forest. They were following a fence line that is a BLM Forest Service boundary fence, and it is not on line, which meant that it crossed over in some little sections of the forest. I was okay with that as long as the BLM authorized it. That was their decision. I did not allow it where it went onto the interior of the White Pine Range through the mule deer fawning area and all the sage-grouse habitats. I can't answer how the BLM is going to reclaim it or what they're going to do or why the decision was made. That's going to be something will have to come from either State Office BLM or the Ely District.
Thank you, and I appreciate that, but mostly this is for the public and the committee to understand. You know, there's several huge impacts. Number one, there was certified mail went out with the route, but you don't mail that 3 days before the race is run and figure people are gonna get them signed and get them picked up. I mean, I got mine a full 10 days later after the race was run, my certified notice that they were gonna run the race. And so there's just a lot of holes in the program. I do hope that we continue to look at this. I know NDOT has to be concerned. That little loop I'm talking around went through at least 10 major lecks. And so how that happened, I don't know. And we've got chicks out there now, it's not just lecks.
Jose Noriega, for the record, just as a follow-up. I don't want to come across to say that I am against those things because we do manage for multiple use. But this is something we haven't done much up here in the more central northern portion of the state. So it is something that we need more time to be able to look at and determine where it's appropriate to do it and to not do it. And so I do support motorized recreational activities, but what we typically see is more trail riding and stuff like that. And so races pose a different challenge that we're gonna need more time before we do decisions on anything like that.
And I completely concur with that. It's all about multiple use, and it's fine, but again, we're gonna have to do it right. And that little 700-mile loop out from Mesquite to Ely and out through here, that was a poor way to start. It caused some resource damage we'll never recover. There's a road now where there hasn't been that many vehicles on in the last 200 years. So it's a major black eye. And I urge any of you traveling east on 50, get there to that Green Springs Road, you drive off 10 feet, look west, you won't miss it. It's plowed. And there's hundreds of miles of that. So it's unfortunate. But anyway, I had to put you on the spot. I wanted to get it on the record. We missed it. Thanks, Jose. Appreciate it.
Not a problem.
Other questions? Excuse me, Ms. Weaselboy.
Thank you for your presentation, Ranger Noriega. My question is about the revegetation treatments project. I wanted to ask if the thinning of the PJ, the Pinyon Juniper, is a pilot project?
Jose Noriega, for the record, it kind of is. So I'll give you a little background on some of our treatments. We've been doing a lot of treatments in Pinyon Juniper on the Ely District for quite a few years. About 4 years ago, and that's before any tribal concerns came up, I started to get a little bit nervous based on the amount that we were doing. And so I pulled my staff back and said, we need to find some areas, because one of the challenges we're seeing in Pinyon Juniper in a lot of places without fire and with everything else going, some of our densities are increasing, and the densities of trees are having an effect on the older trees. When we have rough times, it's one of the reasons we're seeing more trees dying, and I believe it's also affecting the cone crop. So what I challenge my staff to do is, in areas where we have a lot more pinyon, is that we identify some areas to lightly thin below. More junipers being thinned, a much greater density left than what we had traditionally done in other locations. We did one area in the White Pines in association with Eastern Nevada Landscape Coalition so that they would be able to provide us some data. We've done another area on the Ward Mountain area right adjacent to tribal lands. And I believe there was one other unit that slips my mind right now. A story on the Ward Mountain one, my fuel staff had set it up, and on the first day or two of the treatment, went out to inspect the site, and based on what she saw and viewed on the site, felt that we were taking too many trees based on what my concerns were. So she actually modified the contract on the site to leave more trees on that site. And so we changed mid-stride right there to adapt to meet kind of the objectives that we were looking for.
Thank you. Just to follow up, in my own ocular observations, which we know is sometimes used a lot in environmental, I've noticed that due to commercial picking, which a lot of it's gathering and picking the tree within closest reach, which leads the top of the tree to be heavily have the pine cones in that area, which is good for the pine-up bird, but again, I'm kind of looking at it in different ways. One is a stress response to drought, that they're growing on top of the trees, but I think a lot of it has to do with the type of interaction that they're having with commercial pickers. And so this drawn me to the conclusion, and I know this is well regarded and well researched within, again, tribal ecological knowledge, when it comes to ecological interaction, and again, proven in scientific record, that what's preventing growth is not knocking off old branches or old decadent growth. I don't want to use old growth because I know that's going into a federal administrative use, but knocking off the old pine cones, the old branches, which helps in fire management overall. And so I would be curious to know if there could be another pilot project with using these techniques that are still used today by many of our people, and looking at that crop to do some ocular estimates to see if there is a way to move forward with, instead of thinning them, but having more human interaction in order to help with the growth.
Jose Noriega, for the record, one of the challenges, and so I am open to all kinds. Okay, so I'm just going to share this. I hate bureaucracy. I like to think outside the box, which is why my district's been nicknamed the White Pine Mafia. And so I am open to any ideas about looking at these things in different ways. I will share with you one thought, though. I'm really cautious about thinning branches off of trees, because what we've found in that circumstance when we've done some fuel breaks doing it, it opens each of those trees up to diseases. And we tend to see die-off longer term in the trees that we've thinned. Regardless of whether they're commercial picking areas or the non-commercial picking areas, I have seen that phenomenon with the trees with more of the cones up towards the top. When I go pine nut picking, I'll be honest, and this is a challenge as we do thinnings, to be able to share this with people. For me, some of the best picking trees with some of the biggest cones are those mid-level trees that have branches all the way to the ground. Not the oldest, but those mid-level ones. There's the easiest to reach to. They produce the bigger cones and that type of stuff. And so being able to show either a contractor or someone with a chainsaw how to look for those right trees to leave if you're doing a thinning. So if you're in a heavy mix of pinyon juniper and pinyon and juniper, a lot of times what we'll do is focus on the younger junipers and to allow that extra space for the pinions to do their thing.
Other questions? Yeah.
First of all, thank you so much. Your enthusiasm for this comes through very well, and it just makes me excited about it too. Taking a look at the youth engagement, since it's been happening for 6 years now, have you had students that have come back from being hired the summer before? Is this a high, everybody wants to be part of it, so now we've got more people going into this idea, going into college, recruitment type of idea? Just wondering about the return of employees, I guess.
So we have a number of kids that this is their third year back now. We have more applicants by far than positions that we can even fund, because I don't have enough vehicles and crew leads to lead them all. So there's an ample opportunity. Some of the kids decide to go down this route. I've got several kids that want to be firefighters. I've got 2 kids that actually want to spray weeds for a living. I'm just like, whoa. And so they're going through that. Not everyone, but then those that decide not to go into natural resources. You know, I grew up old school. I still have a flip phone. My dad was hard on me. I learned to work. And I want to teach that to this younger generation coming up. So even if they don't go into natural resources, I hope to build a work ethic for whatever field they go into.
So appreciate that. Thank you. And then I guess for both of you, do you work closely with KCKC and their fire management? Because you had mentioned that in your presentation. I know that was something that the senator was worried about as well during our last session. Many times we would talk about fire management, but are you in constant communication with our state fire management organization with KCKC and others?
So Jose Noriega, for the record. So I don't deal a lot direct with KCKC. I have more recently, a little bit more based on this Arc Dome crew. I probably deal a lot more with the regional. I totally forgot his name now. I went to high school with him. Anyway, I deal more regionally with them, and then my FMO deals a little more with them and so forth.
Yeah, Lance Brown for the record, very similar. You know, we have our FMO that does coordinate with the fire side. And another kind of new emphasis area with NDF that we're working with is some of the shared stewardship project, project planning and opportunities there. So that's a engagement we're having with our local resources as well as regional with NDF.
Thank you. Thank you both. Thank you, Chair.
Sorry about that. Jose Noriega, for the record. I just got to share this. So I've got all this enthusiasm for the next 2 years and 28 days. And then I will raise hell in different ways.
All right, any other questions? All right, thank you so much. That brings us to the conclusion of agenda item number 6. And so we have one more left, agenda item number 7. I have requested an encore from Ranger Noriega and from Mr. Tibbetts. I also have to invite up a local celebrity, Mr. JJ Goycochea. I'm sorry, Director Goycochea. I'm sure he'll introduce himself. To talk to us a little bit more about multiple uses of public lands. And I will let the three of you introduce yourselves and give your presentation. And am I missing somebody? Uh-oh. Scoot over. All right, go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Director J.J. Goycochea, common spelling, Goycochea. I am the Director in Nevada Department of Agriculture. These guys have already introduced themselves. I want to thank John for inviting me at the end of the day, standing between adjournment and the Owl Club. I did not do a formal presentation because I figured exactly what happened today was going to happen, so I took notes of kind of what these guys had talked about and a few areas I wanted to hit on, and then maybe we can have a little more open dialogue between the four of us up here on some of those challenges. So just a bit on the Nevada Department of Agriculture. We are a cooperating agency, almost everything you guys talked about today. And so to hear Mr. Tibbetts talk about some of those challenges, and my former counterpart from Lander County as well, talk about those challenges. We're dealing with them as well. Right now on my desk today, waiting for signature, we've got the Lahontan Cutthroat grazing flexibility comments on the BLM. We're waiting to get those signed. We are a cooperating agency on that, very concerned about how that was going to play out. It actually came out a lot better than we thought on some of those BLM grounds, so we're happy for that. The West-wide solar EIS, that planning and design features, we have a lot of concern. A lot of concern, as I think all of you do. We know we're open for business. Nevada has a lot of sun. Where are we going to put those? Mr. Uvalde back there talked about that white sage winter fat. Senator Goycochea talked about the off-road race in there. But if we were to start putting 20, 30,000 acres of reflective panels up over the top of some of that white sage, it is going to have a huge impact on our wildlife habitat. And Deputy Director McAdoo is here. I'm sure he'd nod his head on that. But also on our grazing operations. You may not be aware that the #1 export production product in the state of Nevada, financially, is beef cow-calf. Now granted, that has a lot to do with the current market we're in. Sorry, Commissioner Plaskett, but you guys fell to #2 in hay production because the hay market kind of collapsed and the cow market came up. But that is a big part of what we do. Mr. Tibbetts talked about when mining's down, we rely on agriculture. Guys, we've got to keep our agricultural base strong. That is the mission of the Nevada Department of Ag, preserve, protect, and promote. So when we talk about conservation, we talk about sustainability, that's what we're doing. We worry about those weeds that are going to come in following an off-road race. That's going to fall on us in these local jurisdictions, whether it's conservation districts or the counties. As we start seeing those weeds come back in, we're going to work with the BLM. We're going to have to work with the Forest Service. How are we going to do those treatments? The BLM did just come out with a new decision on they're expanding the products that we're going to be able to use for herbicide on public lands. That is a huge win. That just came out this week. Director Raby shared that with some of us, and I did see that in print today as well. So we're very happy about that. I promised myself I wouldn't talk about horses, but it's came up a few times. So I'm going to talk about the path forward. Just to be completely transparent, I was one of the original people that started on that group with the path forward. At the time, I was county commissioner here in Eureka when we came up with that. And I'm honored that I still get to sit on that group, and I represent the state of Nevada, the Department of Agriculture, on that path forward today. We firmly believe that is the way we need to go. We are asking for increased fertility control. You heard some public comment on that to start the meeting. We know it has to be everything. It has to be gathers, it has to be fertility control, it has to be increase that capacity for off-range holding for a period of time. Is it 20 years? Is it 25 years? Yes, it is, but that's the only way we're ever going to turn the tide on that. And it's if we don't start, and I said this 10 years ago, Jake, if we don't start today, we're never going to get there. We didn't start, so now we're 10 years farther down the road. We're running out of time. We're seeing ecological damage. You saw the pictures from Lander County. We're seeing it across the board. Jose's got some horses as well. You heard Lance talk about the horses they have, and the Elko district has plenty there as well. So we are working aggressively on that. Sage grouse, state plan. I think Jake hit it right on the head. We commented extensively as an agency on that west-wide sage grouse plan. It was a lot of acres. We're still trying to tease out exactly what that is going to look like. We do have some concerns with what may be coming out. If they would just let the state plan have the chance to work, make these proponents avoid, then minimize, and then mitigate, and couple that with that conservation credit system, I think we'd be farther ahead. I did chair that SEC for 10 years. I know that sage grouse plan. I know it'll work. I have a lot of faith in it. I've testified before many of you on the sage grouse in the past. So we need to give that a chance. Hopefully we do not see an EIS come out that sets us back. And then just one more thing, because you guys mentioned crickets and driving across them. I'm gonna give you a prime example of some frustration with working with federal government, local and state government. There's a lot of Mormon crickets. Some of you have probably been getting phone calls in regards to those Mormon crickets. There are grasshoppers as well. I know someone's staring at me from the back because they caught me downstairs about grasshoppers already. We are confined by an EIS and then additionally an EA tiered to that EIS on where we can treat and how much we can treat and when we can treat. So everyone knows we can treat on public land only for the protection of crop and rangeland, and we can treat one time a year. So when we see multiple hatches, as we did this year, once the ground reaches 40 degrees, we get a hatch. It cools off below 40 degrees, they stop hatching. It warms up above 40 degrees, we get a hatch, and that cycle can continue. I'm sure a lot of you remember what May and June was like. I know they're a distant memory now because we're in triple-digit heat, but we saw that cycle, 40 degrees, then colder, 40 degrees, and then colder. We have got to figure out when we're gonna do those treatments to get the most bang for our buck. And so we were trying to hit 2 or 3 of those hatches at a time. We did make a dent in some places. I know it is not enough, but we did. The Department of Agriculture in Nevada did submit some proposed language to the House Ag Appropriations. It is my understanding that amendment was adopted and through. I asked for the language just a little while ago and have not seen it yet, but we are working with our federal partners. We want to be able to use our products according to label, not just according to the EA or EIS one time. If we truly do have an infestation, which is what we have now, we need to be able to treat those maybe 2 or 3 times if that product does allow for that on private land. Why are we not able to do that in other places? We will obviously do that in close coordination with NDOW. We don't want to have a negative impact on anything else that is out there. And it won't be collaboration, it will be coordination, because a definition of collaboration is a traitorous cooperation with the enemy. Look up collaboration. I hate the word collaboration. So therefore, we will coordinate, we won't collaborate. I'm trying to liven it up a little bit. We're at the end of the day. So, and with that, maybe we could talk just a little bit about some difficulties. We've all worked together, all 4 of us up here, on the permitting process over the years. And I know that one recent project, and we're all talking about the lithium loop and all the new renewables, and we have a mine just down here, just not very far out of Eureka. That's probably one of the best models for how to get something permitted. And I know that, Sam and Jake, you guys have a lot of experience in that, as do I. So I think that's a prime example of how it was done. Cooperating agencies come to the table early in that process so that it doesn't get to the public and we don't have all the rock throwing if we have to. So maybe we can start there, Jake, as an opportunity to do that, and I'd like to hear from Sam as well.
So I'm going to steal, Jake Tibbetts for the record, steal some of Sam's thunder, but I believe the Battle Mountain BLM district has really refined the process for mining permitting the way it should be refined. Where you're not cutting corners, you're still doing all the hard work. And we believe in that so much that the Biden administration put together an intergovernmental working group to look at reforming the mining law. And we had commented on that, but specifically we had pointed out that BLM at a nationwide scale should adopt the NEPA process and permitting process the Battle Mountain District has done. So they have this pre-NEPA process, well, that they first established, and actually the state of Nevada, BLM, I think, adopted it. And we can provide some, in my previous testimony, talked about some of the conflict we were always involved in, where we've now moved to at least a couple of the last mining permitting projects. We have been able to get to the draft EIS stage at the public stage, where we can put in a comment letter and say, you've incorporated everything we've brought forward as a cooperating agency. We have nothing new to add. And that's a big step for Eureka County. So, and that's because of the good hard work that we've developed and the good relationship and the good process of working that out.
Yeah, Sam, all for the record. And I'll just say that Eureka County, I think, sets the standard for being a cooperating agency. I come up in the range world. Jake's a range guy as well. So whenever I put anything out for a grazing action, even when it's not in Eureka County, I always know I'm going to get really thoughtful and meaningful comments, which is really valuable to the federal government. It probably feels like oftentimes we're ignoring them. But where we're thinking hard about what actions we're doing, that really keeps us from complacency. So I just say for folks who feel like they aren't getting heard by the government, the federal government at that standpoint, it's sometimes difficult for us to respond in ways that people find meaningful, but it does help us stop and think through our processes. And I will say that the state IM that just went out was developed through the Battle Mountain process, and that process was largely developed through working not only with operators on the push and pull between them needing to get some assurances that they're going to be able to implement their project in a timely manner, but also engaging in tribal consultations, state and local government, NEPA requirements, and honestly, those are the easy parts. The hard part is going to the Washington office and getting folks to review it at that level. So that's kind of my thought process on that.
Director Goykachev, for the record, and I think Sam hit on something we all need to keep in mind: meaningful comments. They're not form letters that come from our cooperating agencies. They're not, I don't like this, I don't want to see progress, I don't want to see change. You must put meaningful dialogue in there. And as a state agency, what our job is, what are our policies, what are our regulations, and where are they in conflict with a proposed action? And it's our job to call those out. Okay, we're going to put solar in White Sage. Well, we don't want that there. Obviously, we can't just say we don't want it there. We have to go back and say why we don't want it there. If we're dealing with Lahontan Cutthroat, how do we come to an agreement on the timing of that grazing, what that stream bank is supposed to look like, what that shade's supposed to look like, how can we help with those water temperatures? And it truly is a coordinated effort. And so I think that's for those in the audience as well. If you are a cooperating agency, you're a grazing board, you're a member of the Central Committee, you need to put meaningful comments in there. It's expensive. It's expensive to be a private entity and have to do that. And so you're looking at some guys that probably have written a lot of comments and reviewed a lot of comments over the years. There's not a lot of us in the state, so you do get overwhelmed. And I would just like to add, these programmatic planning is very troublesome. There's two of us in the Department of Ag that pretty much review all of these. It's Administrator Brown and myself, and we get behind. I'm not going to tell you that we don't. You go to bed at night and all of a sudden you wake up and you remember something, you write it down. Just as a history lesson, the BLM tried Planning 2.0. And one of the only times the Congressional Review Act was successfully used, as far as I can remember, on our western rangeland, it overturned BLM Planning 2.0 in 2017. So in order to do that, it has to pass the House, the Senate, and the President has to sign it. And the reason why they were trying to do this massive planning across the board, and we knew that it wasn't going to work. Now we're seeing them try it, I think, backdoor, planning 2.0 with these large programmatic EISs. For Nevada, it's not gonna work very well. We need that more state and local site-specific planning, which I'd like to get Jose's opinion on, and I don't want to commandeer this, but I really don't know how else to get the meeting to continue to flow, so I apologize, Madam Chair. What are we going to do on our old growth forest initiative as we continue to work on thinning our junipers, thinning some of them younger pinyon, and working with our fire threat? Because that is the next big comment that I see a lot of us weighing in on.
For the record, Jose Noriega, and I knew he was going to get me in trouble here. I'm going to probably speak out of turn on this. And from a ranger working on a rural district, this national level type of stuff that's coming out is wreaking havoc with our ability to do the right thing out on the ground. Now I'm going to take the old growth stuff, for example. Old growth applies to everything: pinyon juniper, white fir, aspen, everything.
Check, check.
There it goes. So, the definition of old growth pinyon juniper is being only one research document.
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
I am taking notes.
That is very concerning to me. So in the old growth stuff, a description of old growth describes in pinyon juniper on low productive sites is anything over 9 inches in diameter and more than, I think, 12 trees per acre. And on productive sites, it's more than 12-inch diameter and more than 15 trees per acre. Our thinning sites go down to 15 trees per acre. So after we're done thinning, it falls in the old growth category. And so there is old growth pinyon juniper out there, but there is a difference between old growth pinyon juniper and mature pinyon juniper. And there's lots of opinions out there about what it should be. And unfortunately, none of our voices out here are being heard on this. And I'm going to use white fir as the other example. Mature white fir can be a major problem. There is old growth white fir, but white fir oftentimes occurs in close proximity to aspen. And for 100 years, the agencies have put fires out. Guess what aspen requires to regenerate? It's all one tree. Those different colors in the fall that you see is all one tree. And to regenerate, oftentimes aspen needs fire. And we've been putting fire out. And when you put fire out, white fir takes over. And eventually when white fir takes over for long enough, aspen disappears and it doesn't come back. And so what happens when we designate old growth white fir where it's interspersed with aspen? Then I can't go light it on fire or cut the white fir out of it. And that's a problem. And oh, I'm gonna be in so much trouble. That is an absolute, yeah, it's a failure by allowing some of this stuff to occur at the highest levels without more consultation or discussion about those challenges, about really describing what old growth is. Because to be honest, I don't want to go burn or cut down or treat in old growth. And oftentimes I may not want to do it in mature either. So they're my thoughts. Now I'm in trouble. I'm close enough to retirement, maybe I'll make it.
Just as a thought for folks who, oh, I'm sorry, Sam Alt, for the record. I'll get that down eventually. I think what Jose just kind of walked through is how difficult sometimes it is as federal land managers to look at a larger picture issue, because oftentimes we're having individual conversations or thought process on managing for white pine, but just managing for one thing is going to have effects on everything else around it. So I just wanted to bring the highlight to that. Every issue or action that I've looked at in my career has had some level of trade-off. So,
Director Goycochea, for the record, I would just like to note that the man to my right did not take the opportunity to speak, and we affectionately call him Mr. Filibuster normally. So this is truly one for the records that he did not wish to weigh in on that. Thank you. One other thing I wanted to get your guys' opinion on from the Forest Service BLM, and I know Eureka County has some thoughts, because I'd be remiss if I didn't bring it up, is trespass / fences cut, gates left open, range improvements being damaged. Senator Goycochea mentioned a road race. Probably, I know there were some right-of-way fences that may have been cut and need to be replaced, fences that along those lines. I'm sure they're working on that. But when we get into hunting season, we get into recreation, and we all love it and we all like to do it, but we do see a lot of impacts. A lot of times we see cattle where they're not supposed to be. A flip to that is we see horses where they're not supposed to be. The BLM can do together and get something to AML, and then when they come back late in the fall or in the winter, we've got horses where they're not supposed to be because we had fences cut or gates left open as hunters and recreationists go through there. So I think that is one of the biggest challenges we have when 85% of our state is public land as well. We're not going to tell you can't go out there and do it. We need to do a better job of educating them on if it's shut, leave it shut. If it's open, leave it open. And, if you see livestock in there, try not to sit your camp on the one water trough within several miles. You are going to have impacts on that, not only to that livestock, but also to the wildlife that utilize these limited resources, especially as we get into August, as hot and dry as it's been right now. But I think collectively we need to do a better job. So thoughts from you guys, or challenges maybe that you guys have seen, or some ideas that we can give the committee on how do we do better outreach. I know that NDOW does a lot of work with the agricultural community and the hunt book, and they say these exact things, but they're not just the hunters that are doing it. We're seeing so much more outdoor recreation.
Jake Tibbetts for the record. Now I have to say something. COVID really exacerbated some of our loving our public lands to death kind of thing, because it was an opportunity for people to get out, get away, and we saw a lot of that. Me and my own family, we went up to Kingston, to Groves Lake, above there to fish and camp, and every camping spot in Lance's, Mr. Brown's campground there was full, and every vehicle was a California plate or something, where people did the same thing. They're looking to get out and get some fresh air and get away from people. And we kind of saw that same explosion, and we're seeing a lot of those conflicts cropping up around recreation. It's not just fence cutting or leaving gates open, but just some of those conflicts across multiple uses. And so that's just something we think about as we're promoting outdoor recreation. We now have the outdoor recreation program and promoting a lot of that stuff. It needs to be done in a thoughtful way to allow public lands, they are the public's lands, to be used by everybody, but recognizing that there are impacts that come from that. So there are ways to do that. Shouldn't just be a free-for-all out there, I think.
Okay, I gotta speak close. It is a problem that we're seeing in recreation, and it has been getting worse since COVID. So again, I'm really old school. I still run a flip phone, but there is some new technology that I'm happy to use. And so I have frequent use of my wife's Facebook account. And this new generation likes to post some misdeeds that they do on Facebook. And they probably shouldn't do that because I'm watching. And so other people are watching out there. We had an individual in the White Pines did the same thing, went through tearing fences down and doing all kinds of crazy stuff. And he posted it on that site that you can view it and it disappears. Well, someone out there in the public took 2 cell phones and put them together and recorded it. And yeah, it cost him a lot of money by the time I was done with him. I don't have law enforcement, but you be guaranteed in the next 2 years and 28 days, if I get a report that it's occurring out on my district, I personally am going to go out and deal with it and try and track them down. I'm going to definitely possibly offend people either in the office or in this group right now, but I'm going to make a statement. One of the challenges we're dealing with is we've got a rural group that's exposed to the public lands a lot more. And we're seeing more and more of an urban group. Don't throw rocks at me, those urbanites in the room. But we're seeing more of an urban group that is coming out to the woods. And I'll use Vegas as the example. There's so many people on Mount Charleston, they're trying to get away from the woods. And we're seeing more and more of that coming up to Ely. Well, they go up to Success Summit with their UTVs, and they learn how to ride on the sand dunes. And those meadows up on Success Summit are not sand dunes. They have to learn how to ride in different ways if they're going to come recreate on the national forests out in these rural areas. And so all of us together are going to have to figure out how to work together to address some of these issues because they're going to cross boundaries.
I'll start with my name is Sam Alt for the record. I have nothing further to add on this topic.
Madam Chair, I'd just like to hit on one more thing if we can, and then I'm sure you guys have some questions for these guys, and I'll excuse myself so I don't get in trouble. Conservation rule, public land rule. It was renamed. So you guys heard me talk just a little bit about when we talk conservation and agriculture is to that sustainable use to make sure we have it for the next generation, preserve, protect, or promote. I'd like to hear from these guys what their organizations view as conservation and how we think that's going to fit into that multiple use mission. Personally, and as an agency, we're very concerned with that public lands rule. And are we going to see large tracts that are now set aside or leased? And is there going to be a use that is not compliant with a use that is already on that land, i.e. livestock grazing or recreation? For example, if someone wants to enter into a lease for restoration and rehabilitation. So I would like these guys to weigh in and provide you guys with some of their thoughts. I brush my teeth.
So, Madam Chair, Jake Tibbetts for the record, and I already talked a little bit about conservation. I do believe there was some.
It's time to go.
Those are the Opera House ghosts up there. So.
Meeting adjourned.
So one thing that if everybody, this is becoming a new mantra of mine, okay? So we've talked a lot about multiple use today, and we often talk about multiple use lands. There's a question that comes up, and BLM often says we're a multiple use agency, and it's true. But if you read FLPMA, so I'm going to leave Jose out of it right now, but FLPMA, which Federal Land Policy and Management Act, the term multiple use is never used alone. The phrase is multiple use and sustained yield. So you can take FLPMA and search, get a digital copy and search the term multiple use. That term is never on its own except in the definitions. Every time the term multiple use is used within FLPMA, it's married to its sister. No, that's weird. It's married.
And we're there. Friday.
It's married to a term. So it's married to a term, sustained yield. Okay? You look at sustained yield definition, and that is conservation. So multiple use is never separated from conservation. It shouldn't be. So I'm starting to use the term MUSI, multiple use and sustained yield. And if you think of it that way, they're always together. Conservation is built into the mantra of land management. The grazing regulations are to be managed according to the fundamentals of range health. Wild horses are to be managed under a thriving natural ecological balance. Other uses out there cannot cause unnecessary or undue degradation. Literally every use on public lands, at least permissive uses, are to be done in a sustained yield manner. That is conservation. We don't need to build new layers of conservation in. Let's just follow the standards we've had on the books since 1976 and fine tune those rather than laying over a whole new bureaucratic process on how we build conservation into these lands. Conservation is already built into every program out there.
Sam, all for the record, and discussion on sisters aside, I agree completely with Jake on what he just said, and that was where you stole my thunder, because that's exactly how I've been thinking about this conservation discussion is sustained yield. That's the main thing. And so when you look at other federal agencies, there's spectrums of the balance between utilization of resources on the ground and conservation. So the National Park Service is, way more on the conservation and recreation side, and the BLM is, we've been known to be called the beer of livestock and mining. That's the pre-FLTMA indication of what our agency was. And so I think you summarized it very nicely, Jake. Way better than I could have.
For the record, Jose Noriega. So I don't believe it applies to forest because we do not allow subleasing of livestock operations, so it cannot be done. There's some different twists, but I'll leave it at that.
And I think, Madam Chair, Director Goycochea, for the record, in the interest of time, we will stop being your comedy relief and see if there are any questions.
Well, I do kind of hate to break this up with questions from all of us, but I guess we have to get from point A to point B somehow. So, thank you, truly thank you for all of your input and for all of these comments, and I do want to give my colleagues a chance to ask any questions that they might have of you. Do you have any questions for our panel today? All right, I'm not seeing any on this side. All right, Senator Goycochea.
Yes, if I could, Sam, could you please follow up and find out how they're going to reclaim that? I know you'll probably have to go to the state office or something like that, but I would appreciate some answers on
Sam, all for
how
the
that
record.
happened.
Let's talk a little bit later because I don't know exactly the area you're talking about, but I can help you chase down an answer. I can follow up with you.
Yeah, it was that Nevada Legacy Baja, I think they called it or whatever. But anyway, and I'm sure it was permitted it had to be it started in Mesquite, so it had to start down in the Southern District, and it came into predominantly the Ely District.
Yeah. So Sam, for the record again, I just want to say that some of these SRPs for motor races are in multi-district, and what we're talking about here on managing multi-jurisdictional actions can be very difficult for compliance. So just a note on that. And sometimes we're not aware of it because it's such a large landscape as well. So for anybody who's experiencing these issues, I'd highly encourage you to go talk to your local BLM office, and they may not be aware of it and be happy to enforce it.
In the absence of, there was no one from the Ely District.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
I didn't want to call John Ray, but somebody approved it.
All right, anything else? Yeah, Ms. Measleboy.
I have a comment more than a question to Ranger Noriega's point about old growth. Tribeswork had a consultation session, I think it was a federal, so many tribes were invited. And what they presented to us on definitions of old growth and traditional ecological knowledge was research from Oregon in the Pacific Northwest. And they said that they have no litmus or approximate to look at old growth with junipers. So it's quite a complicated situation, and the tribes overall were very disappointed with this. And so I just wanted to make a comment to kind of elucidate the situation and how dire it is. Thank you.
Thank you for that. All right. I don't see anybody else, except for Director Goycochea racing away from the table. And you are excused. We are now closing agenda item number 7. You all may go to the OWL. You all are still here for agenda items number 8 and 9. Agenda item number 8 is our public comment, section 2 of the meeting. So anybody wishing to give public comment in person is invited up to the table right now. As a reminder, you just have to give us your name and spelling, and you have 2 minutes to speak unless you would like to give compliments to Senator Goycochea, then you may exceed the 2-minute limit. And I don't see anybody in person, so we'll go to the phones, and I will read the phone number on the record one more time. That is 888-475-4499, and then you have to enter our meeting ID 850-2254-4542. BPS, do we have anybody on the line to give public comment?
If you'd like to participate in public comment, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue. Once again, if you'd like to participate in public comment, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue. Chair, the public line is open and working. However, there are no callers wishing to participate at this time.
All right, thank you so much. We will close agenda item number 8 and move to agenda item number 9. I know you're all anxious for adjournment, but I do have a couple of housekeeping matters before we get there. The first one that I wanted to remind you all is that as Chair Pazina has announced at the last 2 meetings of the full Natural Resources Committee, we are at the point at the interim where we are considering legislation for the next session. So if you have ideas for a bill draft request, a BDR that you would like the subcommittee to take up at our next and final meeting on August 23rd, please submit those to the committee no later than July 31st. You can do that via email to the committee email address, and we will review those and add some of them to the agenda for the meeting on the 23rd, which, as a reminder, our next and final meeting will be on Friday, August 23rd. It will be in Carson City, and it will be it will go along with the full meeting of the Natural Resources Committee. So we'll meet in subcommittee first and then in full committee in Carson City on Friday, August 23rd. And finally, I think, I would just like to, again, express my appreciation to our entire staff for being out here. We have incredible members of our policy team, our research division, our legal division, BPS, our broadcasting services, our IT professionals, as well as legislative police, all of whom make it out here to create this environment that you see with our microphones and presentations and all of us here. And I just, a lot of work goes into these meetings, and very little of it is done by me. So I really do want to express my gratitude to all of you who make this happen, and my gratitude, I think I'll speak for the whole committee and say our gratitude to the community of Eureka and Eureka County for allowing us to use this beautiful space and welcoming us here for our meeting today. Also to Ms. Weaselboy for joining us, and to the Intertribal Council for appointing her so that we have tribal representation here. That is incredibly important to the Public Land Subcommittee, and so we're honored to have you with us and appreciate your input, as well as input from other members of the tribal communities here in Nevada and throughout the state. I can't close the meeting without acknowledging one more time Senator Goycochea, who, has graciously invited us here to Eureka. I think this might be the last rural meeting that he joins us for, unfortunately, in this role. And I would like to invite you to make any comments if you'd like to, but absolutely no pressure.
I've got 14 minutes to 5. We're 46 minutes late, so normal adjournment time is 4 o'clock.
I couldn't have said it better myself. With that, we are adjourned.